Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? I don't know if my mic is working. It is working. Yay. Okay. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a good Wednesday afternoon. I hope you're ready for Tinto Talk Day. No, I'm not muted. This is not true. You're lying. I can see that it's working. Yes, it is connected, and I see the lines going up and down. Thank you very much. Streamer unmuted. Streamer is unmuted. You cannot gaslight me. I can see when it's working and when it's not working, and it is working though. Why no music? There is music as well because I can see the line going up and down. Not trying to gaslight me on Tinto Talk Day. How dare you? Very, very rude. Hello, Nurkor, Cherry Picking, Specs Marina, and Dieter, Black God, Super Mark of Bark. I hope you're all doing well. You don't hear as well. Skill issue. Skill issue if you cannot hear me. Here is the plan for today. I would like to go over Tinto Talk number 32, which is the one that was released today. And then I want to go back to Tinto Talk number 1. And I just gotta do, it doesn't have to be like an in-depth thing, but I want to briefly look at each Tinto Talk because I feel like I've kind of forgotten a lot about the past Tinto Talks. And I want to get a better understanding of exactly where things are going, so that way I can have it all in my mind when I read the current Tinto Talks, right? And also, I want to hear what you guys think about the Tinto Talks, features that you would like to see in the game, or changed, or removed, or in some way, shape, or form of what you would like to see in EU5 that maybe is not there, or changed in some way. Tinto Yapping, you could say it is a Tinto Yapping stream. What do you mean we can't just judge everything by the latest post? That's right. What do you mean by that? You mean we have to take in the full scope of everything? We have to use brain? Oof. Imagine using brain power. Couldn't be me. No pack opening? Probably not. I don't know though. Like I guess it depends on how long it takes us to get through all the talks. I'm assuming it's going to take a while. But maybe we have some time we can do it, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, today's Tinto Talk is about, looks like rebellions. So we'll go over how rebellions work. I have not read it yet. I did not watch the Lambert video like I usually do. Okay, we are going into this blind, get my first impressions, and then we'll go over what responses we can see right now, and then we'll just go from there, and we'll go back. Okay, sound good? Yes. Is the goal of today clear? We're locked in, and we're ready to go. Good. Okay, let's get started then. We have a lot to do, lot to read. The people who are late, you can sit in the back of the class. Do not interrupt me or the discussion. I'm kidding, you can interrupt. Let's do this. Okay, Tinto Talks number 32. Welcome to another Tinto Talks, the happy Wednesday where we talk about our upcoming unannounced supercalifragilisticexpialidocious game with the codename Project Caeser. Today we will talk about what happens when some of the pops in your country are not entirely convinced of its greatness. Okay, rebel factions. There are 5 different categories that a rebel faction can belong to. Nationalist for independence movements, pretender for when they want another ruler, slave for when they want to be free, religious if a different religious group they want independence, else they want to convert the country, or estate for when they are really unhappy and want their society to change. So here we see the Sardinian Patriots, which I'm assuming is a nationalist. Yeah, nationalist rebels. There are 79,670 pops in 12 locations. There are no support rebels. I'm assuming support rebels is from different countries. Everyone's favorite mechanic rebels. Well, the hope is that I'm gonna make me a little bit bigger. The hope is that this is good and it's not like EU4 rebels. We'll see though. Right, so it increases by 0.35% per tick. Okay. Pops and rebel factions. Now let's go back to Tinto Talk 17. Oh boy, we're already skipping back. We haven't even finished this one. When we first mentioned that pops have satisfaction, and when that is low enough, a pop will join a rebel faction. The levels at which a pop joins or leaves a faction have some different factors, but the way to keep a pop from joining a rebel is to make sure they are satisfied with life. Now let's take a look at some Sardinian peasants in Cagliari, which has been recently conquered by Eragon just before the start of the game. Okay, open the image in a new tab so we can actually see it. Okay, satisfaction of Sardinian peasants in Cagliari. The base is 5%. Commoners plus 25%. Sardinian view of Catalan, 0%. I'm assuming this is culture. Sardinian culture of the Catalan culture. The Aragonese tolerance of Catholicism makes it 10.5%. More satisfaction. Prices for needs of the population in the Al Jazeera market. plus 6.66%. Al Jazeera. Why would Aragon be in the Al Jazeera market and not like the, Barcelona market or something? That's weird. They're lacking in the wine and legumes, so that lowers satisfaction by 9.09%. There are no friendly provinces in the province specifically. So it's no longer, well, I guess we don't know if you can suppress rebels, but you need an army in that province, which is a state in EU4, in order to get some kind of increase in satisfaction. There is a temple which gives 5%, and it's been recently conquered, so it has minus 50%. If pop satisfaction is below 18%, the pop will join a rebel. It will become loyal again if satisfaction rises of 29.74%. Okay. Interesting. For some reason, people tend to be a bit upset when conquered. Don't know why. Sadly, we cannot make the commoners' estate more happy in Aragon, as they already are at 100% satisfaction, so the plus 25% bonus is the maximum we can get. Oh, the commoners is their estate. Got it. Otherwise, to make the states happy, you can always reduce taxes, grant them more privileges. What do you mean reduce taxes? How am I supposed to buy things if I reduce taxes? Absolutely not. One obvious solution here is to make them integrated, which would reduce the conquered penalty of 50% to 10%. However, that will take about 25 years, which may not be quick enough to avoid an uprising. If we build a castle, we could add another 10% of satisfaction, and we could also station an army there to keep the peasants in line. As they lack access to wine and legumes, and currently trade in a Muslim market, we could try to deny market access to Al Jazeera, and they would be slightly happier as the wine would be easier to get from an Italian market. Okay, so it's not in Aragon's market yet. So I guess it would take time for your market to spread to provinces you own. I'm a little blurry on how exactly the markets work, so that's one of the reasons why we're going back today. But got it. All of this would make the satisfaction positive at least, but we need to get it above 29.74%, which is not feasible right now. Then the pop join rebel threshold from stability minus 2.99%. Base values for a country is 20%. Communalism is 1%. A stable country has a higher threshold for rebels to join. Sadly, we cannot yet use the Pacify Population Cabinet action, which you can get in the Age of Absolutism, which reduces the threshold for joining rebels by 5 to 10%, depending on the competence of your monarch and cabinet. If we go back to rebel factions again, they have a progress value, where when it reaches 100%, and here the rebels, which will take about 23 years, so the uprising is likely to happen before the integration is done, unless you can weaken their power or increase control over their territories so they get less money. Okay. Progress value, reach 100. There's a rebellion. Here, it's going to take 23 years to get there. Weaken their power, increase control over their territories so they get less money. So right now, it increased by 0.35. Decentralization reduces it by 0.05%. Power of support, minus 0.05%. Nationalism, 0.25%. From 18.12 ducats due to lack of control, 0.11%. I see. So because you don't control it, because your control is lower, you don't get the full money, and then that money is given to rebels. I mean, fair enough. Sardinia is a bit too far away for a road from Barcelona. Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a difficult road to build. What happens when a rebel faction has progressed to 100% then? Well, one of two things will happen. Either there will be a civil war or a revolt. First, the rebel faction forms a new country with a relevant name and takes ownership of the locations where it has a strong support. So we do have civil wars and rebellions like we do in Imperator, where the country actually, those provinces split away, they become their own country, and then you have to fight that country in order to get the land back, which is good. I like that more than just general rebel stacks popping up in random spots. Revolts. If they are a rebel type that wants to be independent, then they will start a revolt, which is almost a war where the defender can re-annex any revolter without further aggressive expansion and can always afford the peace cost. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for not making a cost custom expansion. That would be so terrible. Like CK3? I mean, kind of, but I think Imperator is the closest comparison. If the culture of these revolting countries is from a country that exists on the map, they can call in the country they used to be a part of it into the revolt. And if they join and the war is won, the revolter will become a part of the country that it belonged to in the past. Interesting. That is very interesting. So if you're, let's say you're playing, France, and you somehow manage to land on the British Isles, and you take, a province in southern England, and in that province in southern England rebels, it will automatically call France in to another war. Well, I guess it will give them the option, right? Is that what it says? They will call in the country they used to be a part of. So yes, they will call you in. You don't have to accept though. So support rebels finally worth. Yeah, support rebels is now worth it because you can get into a war. And will that? Oh, okay. Well, here's where things get a little complicated for me. Right? If the counties you take rebel, and France gets called in, and you're playing England. No. You're playing France. England's AI. The counties you took on the British Isles revolt. England gets called in. England is going to be a higher rank. So that means that England is going to be in charge of the war, right? Does that mean that England gets to call in their allies now? Or is it a way for you to 1v1 them? Now, calling in allies with favors or something, that's different, but does it automatically count as a defensive war if the person accepts the call to arms? A defensive war for the country, not the rebelling territories. I think that is an important distinction. Maybe it'll make it. Maybe someone has already said it in the comments. But like, is this a way where you can give up land intentionally and then be able to like 1v1 someone afterwards if you can't beat their allies? Like, how does this work with call to arms? That's what I'm a little bit worried about. If you're England, France takes London peace deal, rebels rebel, you can get it back if you support them. You can get it back even if you don't support rebels, but if you join the call to arms. Now, it does say that if the culture of these revolting countries is from a country that exists on the map, they will call in the country they used to be a part of it into the revolt, and if they join, the war is won. The revolter will become a part of the country that belonged to in the past. Let's say that there is a Kurdish tag, right? I know, we're picking a spicy one, sorry. I'm not trying to be spicy here. But let's say there's a Kurdish tag, and Kurdish provinces that they don't own rebel. Will that Kurdish tag be called in even if they did not own those provinces, but because it's their primary culture? Or is it only if you have cores on territory that is a culture that you accept? Or is it only a primary culture that counts? Right? Do you have to have a core on it? Does it have to be your primary culture or an accepted culture? And do you actually have to have owned it at some point in time? Even if you don't have a core on it, we'll call you in. Those are my main questions. We'll see if they get answered. What if they win without the mother country joining? I would assume they just become independent. Right? Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to become independent. Is it culture-based or core-based? Is there primary cultures? I don't know. Let's go to the next one. Civil War. These are started by pretenders, some religious rebels or state-type rebels. Civil wars work differently than other wars in that you do not have to negotiate a peace deal. In Civil War, as soon as you would have taken control of a location from a siege or occupation, the location would immediately flip ownership of that location instead. This means that civil wars are almost always fought to the bitter end, and only one country can survive. That is just like Imperator. If you get a civil war, you have to 100% the war or you die. Those are the only two ways to get out of it, which can really suck if civil wars take over islands. Let's say you're playing in Spain, and let's say you do a bunch of colonizing, and there's a civil war, and you have one island in the middle of the Pacific that flips to the rebels, the rebellion. You now have to go and siege down that one island with like 1,000 people on it to end the civil war. That could get really annoying. Because I remember even in Imperator, when you have civil wars, though for the most part they're somewhat easy to avoid until you get like super big, having to siege down islands was annoying enough, but if they're on the other side of the planet, that could be even worse. Right, end of a civil war. As the system has a few similarities with the civil war systems of Imperator Rome, we have to alleviate some concerns here. In Project Caeser, there is no game over if you lose a civil war, but instead you have the option to continue as the winning side. One thing to consider here is that the winner will have different rulers, maybe a different religion, perhaps a new government type, dramatic changes to societal values, reforms, or privileges. After all, if the peasants revolt and win, you will not keep your glorious full serfdom monarchy as it once was. Okay, that's good, because in Imperator Rome, if you lost the civil war, it was game over. The Scots Civil War is over. We have lost. Luckily for us, this is not the end, but maybe an opportunity. And from the ashes comes new life. You continue playing as Scotland, or I'm assuming you just take a game over. You don't have to continue. You can pick the other option for a game over screen. Next week, we'll talk more about diplomacy, and that will, for most of you, be something you are already aware of, but it will list quite a few new aspects. Okay. Does it erase bankruptcy? That is a good question. Does it erase bankruptcy? I'm thinking you can really game the system here to get some interesting tags to play. Right? Like if you want, like you could throw the Civil War. This is the reason why I think you got a game over in Imperator Rome, is because you can lose civil wars on purpose to get new and better things. Like a better government form. Can you also do that in Vic 3? Or do you get an end game over in Vic 3? Do you get to create your own route like in TK3? I doubt it. I doubt it. But overall, I like this. I think this is good. I do have questions about how the calling countries in works. Like, can a country be called in if they have a truce with the person that the rebels are rebelling against? Even if they have the cores? That's something else to think about. I wonder if you can form one of the non-territory countries they're talking about. Become a government in exile. Well, it doesn't seem so, but that would be an interesting idea. Let's go over the dev responses. And let's see what people have said. Losing Civil War and getting a lot of your core territory room might be game over anyways. Maybe. Eric Schmerich, hello, welcome in. First time you can actually catch. Guess you're not skipping the app section. You're most certainly not skipping the app section today. That might be all we're doing. We'll see. We're going over the Tinto Talks. All of them. Maybe. I don't know if we'll go over all of them. But we're going to at least take a quick look at some of them. Damn, Scots. They ruined Scotland. That's right. Okay. Got the WoW spam. Johan says no more WoW spam. Illegal. Can you find rebels, and then if they win, they will have friendly politics, even for your vassals? I assume you meant fund. Yes, you can. Okay, that's talking about supporting rebels. You can fund them. Will rebels be more likely to rise up when your country's in a rough situation? The rough situation makes them more likely to appear in the first place. Yeah, would seem kind of clear. Could religious rebels also ask for better tolerance laws? When it goes as far as military uprising, a mere slightly more tolerant is not going to cut it. Yeah, at that point, it's kind of too late to go for slightly more tolerant. It's kind of bullets. In Victory, you can lose civil wars and play the victorious nation. A lot of countries turn communist and vanguardism in the late game. Yeah. See, I think they want. Well, I suppose you could do that now, and you'll be able to in EU5 if you want to, which could be interesting, right? To make an like English peasant republic or something like really early in the game. Avoid the What is it? War of the Roses that way. Prefer the term separatist to nationalist. Nationalism seems a bit out of scope for the period. It is a bit weird then with overlapping them, as religious rebels can also be working for separatism. Cultural rebels also sounds weird. Yeah, that definitely sounds weird. But I do get what they're saying, because, you know, nationalism is a specific idea that evolves. Well, yeah, it evolves later in the time period of the game. But I think the separatist is also weird. I just think that we're so used to separatists. But religious rebels can also be working for separatism. I don't know. This feels like the kind of thing where, unless there's a specific type of like nationalism rebellion later in the game, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It could also be the method for switching religions with EU4. I was kind of hoping for something deeper in that regard, though. True. They haven't really gone into religion, have they? I don't remember a Tinto Talk about it. Like, not in depth. Maybe there was, though. See, I don't remember a lot of Tinto Talks. That's why we're going over them today, because I straight up don't remember. Can rebels call in their old overlord country, even if it has a truce with the new overlord? Would there be an option to truce break and hopefully regain lost locations with only the truce break diplomatic impact? Yeah. Okay, so yes, you can get a call to arms from rebelling counties or provinces even if you have a truce. That is interesting. There's a way to go around. But then they talk about, would there be an option to truce break and hopefully regain lost locations with only the truce break diplomatic action? I don't know what they mean by this exactly. Like, yeah, does it count as a truce break if you get a call to arms? I guess you would, because it's an offensive call to arms, right? Not yet. They did a surface level glance of what all faiths are in the game, alongside some bits and pieces about the map. Dev diaries. Religion and culture swapping are my biggest worries. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I get that. I hope it's not super gamey. But if you can flip that easily to a different religion, well, I guess it depends. Because are religious rebels of heathens going to want to convert the country, or are they going to want independence? Right? Are they just going to be separatists? Are heretics going to want to convert the country, or are heretics want to be separatists? Could they be both? What would the requirements be for those things? Hey Remy, first thing to do, consolidate every location together so you don't have your PC burn while playing this game. First mod to do. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I also think it kind of defeats the purpose of it, you know? Like, I feel like just consolidating locations together is going to make it to where there's not enough resources. I don't know. Can we support rebels, revolts, and other unsatisfied factions from other counties or countries? Will it be possible to invest in other countries' rebels groups, even if there are not any rebels present, like to create them? I think it'd be nice to invest in different rebel groups from the beginning, or to make the root of it in order to weaken their enemies. Only if they're progressing, even if they're not progressing, though. I mean, that's fair. It'd be weird to... I don't know how you'd, like, start a rebellion on your own. Like, I understand how it would work, but I don't know if it's necessary. Interesting possibility is the UK Glorious Revolution of 1688 fails, which would have caused the UK to flip back to Catholicism. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be very interesting in that period of the rise of Protestantism to see what happens. I mean, I would assume that heretics would want to convert the country, though. That makes sense to me. But heathens, I feel like they would just want independence. And does it matter how much control you have? Like, if something has low control, is that going to make it to where the rebels are more likely to want independence compared to conversion? I don't know. Can rebels generate dynamic tags like compared to Rome, and can the rebels get additional land from the peace treaties if they win? All revolts/civil war factions are unique dynamic tags. Project Caeser is no longer merely using 3-letter tags like Sweden or England, but can be 3 to 5 letters. Dynamic tags start at AAA00. Does that mean that there can be more tags? I don't know exactly what that means. This seems like fancy code stuff, but I would assume it means that there can be more since it's not only 3-letter abbreviations. But like, is there a mod that ever hits the limit? What is the limit of how many? Like, what is the limit of how many nations you can have in EU4? Colonial nations. Colonial nations do have a cap. So I guess it just means that there can be more colonial nations. 75 is the limit for colonial nations. Can ever exist in the game. Right, and people can use that to do to be able to take land in the new world without moving your capital or something. Client states have a cap. 999 is the current possibility currently, as the 3-letter code does not include numbers. Amanar already, I think, has the letters fully occupied. Okay, so there will be more countries. I mean, that's good. We'd love to see that. When they're using letter number. That's a good point. Alright, can we play as a rebel country as soon as it spawns? You can switch country in the lobby. So you'd have to save, go back to the lobby, and then switch. Fair enough. About to watch more colonial nations have mid-offs in the new world. Yeah. So I guess no more North Sweden or Nahuatl Japan, since they are in different groups and will want independence from now on. I know it wasn't realistic at all, but it was fun while it lasted. There are other ways to become North Sweden or Nahuatl Japan than exploiting rebels. We have multiple game rules for changing primary culture or religion. Dynamic must be 40% of pops are present at the and of same group. To any inside group, present only to religions and cultures present in your country, any no limits at all. Culture conversions, inside culture group only. Religion conversions, any religion. Okay, so we have a little sneak peek here at some game rules. For changing, dynamic must be 40% of pops or present and of the same group. So I guess that means that you could switch within your culture group, but you can't switch. Let's say if you're playing, England and you colonize Bengal. Weird random choice. And all of a sudden you have more Bengali people in your country. You wouldn't automatically just flip to being Bengali. I'm assuming that this you could flip to anything though. Yeah, but I mean, if you put it to flip to anything, if you ever take China or Japan or India, like you're going to flip cultures to their culture group because there's just so many more people. Interesting. I wonder what the defaults are going to be. This is the new talk? Yes, it is the new talk. Hey, Rabbi, how's it going? What's new? Well, we're looking at the Rebellion Tinto Talk today. Well, actually, we're going to look at a lot of Tinto Talks today, but we're going over the Rebellion one right now, which is today's. Depends on how pops are managed overseas. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Are things still going to be split on subcontinent? Because that's what it is. That's how it kind of works in EU4, right? For trade companies and stuff like that. Could you do a resume, please? What do you mean a resume? What? Pops and cord lands probably count for more. Integrated, not cord. Integrated, right? That's the word they use now? Because we don't core things anymore. But I get what you're saying. Where were we? Here. Okay. Can rebels do diplomacy like any other nations? Yes, they are normal countries when they have spawned. Fair enough. In the case of a rebellion, all the integration progress is lost? No, the integration progress for you will go negative until you conquered it back again. Interesting. So the faster you deal with the rebels, the faster you can get back to integrating it. But during that time, it will slowly tick back down. I like that a lot more than just resetting it, because that would be crazy. 2 questions. When a civil war breaks out, can we switch to the revolutionary side? Are there systems for coups or non-war revolutions? The system as described seems to capture the English, Spanish, South American civil wars and revolutions really well, but does not entirely fit the French Revolution. So through normal switch country mechanic, we could switch. Late game revolutions will work differently. So where are they? This is the rebellion. I guess maybe revolution is a different thing. Transfer for summary. In summary, the rebellions create new tags that you then have to fight. So these are things like religious rebellions or separatists, which are now called nationalist rebellions, that are trying to break away or convert you. And then there are also civil wars, which are like Imperator, where you have to fight to the death, and whichever one wins is the country that gets to exist. If you do lose a civil war, you can swap over to the winner, though. What happens if the rebels' former country does not join the war, but the rebels manage to win anyway? Do they join the former country or form a new one? Is that the only instance where it's possible to support rebels, or can any rebels be supported by anyone? Are there any forms of rebel support than joining the war? For example, spending money, weapons, or troops. If no one joins, they become their own country. You can spend money to support rebels in any nation you have a spy network in, and if you got the Age Renaissance Advance for it. Gotcha. So this is one of the exclusive technologies from having probably a diplomatic focus, I would assume, in the Age of Renaissance. Remember, in the tech tree, there's like 30 admin, diplo, and mil techs each, something like that. I don't remember the exact number. And then you choose an admin, diplo, or mil focus, and that gives you access to 10 new technologies that are exclusive to that focus for the Age. And I guess supporting rebels with money, the only way to do that is for in the Age of Renaissance to choose a diplo focus. They said there weren't any mechanics gated behind the foci. That's what I also thought. I thought it was just like addition to make things better. I'm a little confused about this one. But, okay. Okay for now. Can foreign nations intervene on the side of rebel factions? The EU4 support rebel option always seemed underdeveloped. Well, it seems like the only way that you can actually intervene and join for rebels. Well, no, because they have their own diplomacy. They do diplomacy like independent countries. So, I mean, but can you make alliances while at war? Because the rebels are in an offensive war. So can you make alliances while at war in Project Caeser and then call people in? Can you offer to join your allies' wars even if they don't call you in? I don't know, but I mean, that sounds more like a diplomacy thing. Maybe we'll learn about that next week. But for now, it doesn't look like you can. The only way for you to join a rebelling country is if you have cores there and it is of your culture and they took it from you. Can you declare war on revolter tags? Good question. I would assume so, because he says that it's an independent country and you can declare wars on independent countries. So if you have a claim there and there's a rebellion, maybe you can try and sneak in there and snatch it up. What does power support here refer to? How many pops and how powerful they are? And how powerful they have compared to the total country. Is there no way for a civil war to end in two distinct political entities if it lasts for a very long period of time? No, that would be very, very awkward. It would. It would. If the Sardinians rebel. If the Sardinians rebel in Aragon, does that mean that they can call in Arborea and be annexed by it if they win, even if Arborea never owned any of the locations before? If Arborea is Sardinian culture, yes. So that answers the question that we had about the Kurdish example earlier, where you don't have to have cores. You just have to have the culture. And I'm assuming it's primary culture. The way that he words this, if Arborea is Sardinian culture, then yes. So not accepted, but your primary culture, then revolter tags can call you into the war, and then you can annex them if you win that war. I like that. I like that you don't have to have a core on it. They can call in their homies, and the homies can come and help them, and then you get to annex them. Interesting. Wouldn't it be better to have negotiated peace in civil wars? Why does it have to be in either absolute defeat or an absolute victory, but no compromise? If we take the example of the religious wars in France, all of them ended on compromises that gave guarantees to both sides. A civil war should be a moment where a nation is weakened because it has to make compromises, not just because it has been at war. A negotiated we end civil war for these demands? Question mark? Sure. We can always add a surrender button. A little bit sarcastic, but like I do get what they're saying though. So Muhammad can annex Iskani Elven rebels. That's a good point. How close do you have to be for primary culture? That is a good point. Do you have to have a border with the rebellion country, or can anyone be called in? Wonder how it works for, say, German culture tags. Does it call in every single HRE country in? That is a good question. Is it the largest country with that culture? Is there primary tags for cultures again in EU5? Do you have to have a border with the rebellion country? Do you have to be larger than the rebellion country? Do you have to have like more development in order to be called in? How many people can they call in? Want to see? Well, we can also just ask. I think the implication was that the priority was given to the tag that rebels used to belong to. Also worth noting that cultures seem much smaller generally than in EU4. That's true. But getting back to this question about civil wars, I do get what they're saying, in that it's kind of weird that civil wars can only end in total defeat or total victory. But I think it would get really complex really quickly if you could make compromises. And also, if you wanted to make compromises, you would have made the compromise before the Civil War started, right? Like maybe in reality, in the real world, it's a bit more complicated than that. But in the game, you see that the rebellion is going to come. The Civil War is going to happen if you don't compromise. So you need to compromise before the war starts. But once it starts, you have to defend that you did not compromise. So I guess I see why they're not adding it in as like a separate peace deal. Same deal as two-way peace deals. Very easy to game the AI. Yeah, true. And I think it would also make it very easy to do the thing where you're trying to get like better reforms or something, right? Because then you can instigate a civil war and be like, oh yeah, I'll give away this reform and you can get this, and then we can all go home happy. And maybe you didn't have the power to do that at peace, but then you can do it through the civil war, and it's a whole thing. Can rebellions impose different government types? I don't know. They talked about pretender rebels to put a different like monarch on the throne. They talked about religious rebels, nationalist rebels. There's two more. Slave revolts. And there's a fifth one. We're not too far into this, so I'll go back to page 1. They list them right here at the top. There's nationalists and estate. Estate rebels when they are really unhappy and want their society to change. I would assume that if there are rebels that are trying to change a government type, it's going to be estates. And remember, peasants count as an estate. So if they want to force you into a republic, maybe that is the burgher estate. If they want to change them to theocracy, maybe it's your religious estate. Nobles would want to turn you into a monarchy of some kind. I would assume that's what it would do. Winning of Luddite revolts as you industrialize? I don't know, but they said that revolts are going to work differently later in the game, so maybe those types of situations will appear. I would have liked to have seen that in this dev diary, though. But maybe they just haven't cooked the late game enough. Little concerning if that is the case. Maybe they just haven't cooked enough at that point, or they feel comfortable enough to release information about the late game. I mean, we still don't have a lot of information. Like, we have a lot, but not a lot of it is like contextualized. No one plays the late game? Well, I think their hope is that people will play the late game. That's going to take a lot of work. Ottoman Peasant Republic, here we come. But then how are our sons supposed to kill each other if we become a peasant republic? What's the point? Does that mean that everybody's son is going to kill each other? But I do see you guys talking about the religious wars, and that is a good point. Is that the wars of religion in, say, France are definitely more complicated than just, you win or you lose. But again, maybe that's just something that you have to try and work out at peace. Maybe it will be a special rebellion, like a scripted rebellion. But then in that case, it's like, okay, but like, what if I have the same kind of situation playing as the Timurids, and I'm trying to form the Mughals, and I go into India, and now all of a sudden I have a lot of Hindu provinces and a lot of Sunni provinces, and that's causing a lot of issues. Why would I not also have a like wars of religion situation possibility happening there? Independent Republic, they murder for grain. Well, I suppose there are worse things to murder about. Not that I'm a big fan of murder, believe it or not, but eating is a pretty good one. Maybe it's a crisis or a situation. True, it could be a situation or something, not just a regular rebellion. Good point. Is the minus 50 conquered modifier set value, or can it be influenced? For example, if a pop has low satisfaction and gets conquered, wouldn't they gain satisfaction as they are now under a hopefully less oppressive government? It has local and country factors, but not individual pop ones. Okay. We got 4 questions here. So, there would no longer be EU4-style rebel units just occupying land from off-map. No. Good. You said civil wars would almost always be fought to the bitter end. Will it be possible for one side to capitulate sooner? For example, when their defeat is imminent. It is quite annoying and imperative to take every single rebel location, especially when your country gets very big. For example, historically, the Polish nobles revolted a lot, and sometimes their demands were accepted, even after just a couple of wins. Yeah, we can add a surrender button that the AI is likely to hit when it less than 10% power. I think that's really good. I think that is fantastic that they add in a button for the AI to go like, okay, clearly we've lost. You don't need to occupy every single island. That's just is going to make it much more tolerable to deal with complete civil wars. Hey, Estera, how you doing? Good to see you. How goes everything down under? I like the music. It is chill EDM. Boom, easy. A new job, so EP. Well, congratulations on the new job. That is good. We're just going over the Tinto Talk from today, and then we're going to go back and we're going to look at past Tinto Talks too. It's going to be a lot of yapping today. Probably just yapping. So that way I can get a better idea, because I'm trying to piece what EU5 is going to look like in my mind. And I also want to know what everybody else thinks as well. Do love some yapping? Me too. Though I have a cut on the inner part of my lip. And it hurts. It hurts for the yapping, but that's okay. You were born for this stream? For yapping? Hey, Froyo, why don't you go buy some Pokemon cards for your kid, alright? That's rough. That's rough. Everybody say Rippy Dippy for Froyo's wallet. His kids have discovered Pokemon. It's Jover for him. It's time for you to do pack opening in real life. And you got to get the plushies now, and you got to just be ready for a lifetime of Pokemon. It's Jover. Hope you've had a good time saving some money. All right, number 3. I assume ideological revolts, for example, anti-monarchy, would fall into a state revolt. Yes. Okay, there's a confirmation on that. And can many groups join in a single revolt? For example, the Cossack uprisings were both a peasant revolt and Ukrainian national revolt, here represented by more than one culture. Yes. So I guess you could have, if you're, again, France takes London, you could have an English revolt and a Protestant revolt, or Anglican revolt, whatever they call it, at the same time. And I would assume that just makes the revolt stronger. Okay, but here's my question. When they say that they can join together, does that mean that the rebellion has more troops? Or does it just mean that the rebellion happens faster? Right? It's not mean time to happen. It ticks up. There is no mean time to happen, which I think is a good change that no one's pointed out yet. But it's no longer like 10% chance that it will increase by 10%, or like a 3.4% chance that it increases. It's just, it will tick up and it will happen at some point. Do you get Carmex? Well, it's on the inside of my lip. It's like on the inside. I'll be fine. It's fine. So yeah, I do kind of wonder about if it's time or strength if they combine together. And what defines who is in charge of the war? Right? Like if it's peasants and Ukrainian revolt, is it a peasant revolt or is it a Ukrainian nationalist revolt? Or does it have a different name because it's a combination of the two? Which pop is larger? Yeah, that's valid. But should it be based on larger or should it be based on power? Right? Because if you have, let's say, a peasant revolt that wants to show up in the province of Crimea, like in EU4. I don't remember what it looks like in EU5. But just for example, let's say there's peasants that want to rise up and there's burghers that want to rise up. There's more peasants, but the burghers are stronger. Is it a burgher revolt or is it a peasant revolt? I mean, whether you want to rest or play Frostpunk with the stream with monitor 2, well, if you're EP, then you should sleep. I mean, that's what I do when I'm EP. I just take a little nap. Can a revolt have a revolt? Ooh, yes, it can, because they're independent countries. But when provinces revolt, does it reset any kind of revolt progress of different kinds of revolts? But I guess it would just combine into one revolt, wouldn't it? But what if... I don't know. It feels like we're getting a little lost in the weeds here. I agree, though. Information that would be good to have, but I don't know if we're going to find an answer to that right now. But it is a good point. Maybe we'll read something. What happens if there are multiple countries with the same culture of the rebels and none of them ever own land that revolting tag? It picks the one with the most pops from that culture. Okay, boom. There's the answer to one of our other earlier questions. Will it call in the entire HRE? No. It will just pick the largest country, the largest being the most pops of that type. And it would have to be your primary culture. Right? Surely? Yes, because they said if Arborea is Sardinian, then they can get called in. So it would have to be your primary culture, you have the most pops of that type, and then it calls you in. Would have been hilarious. It would have been very funny. Mm-hmm. And 2 power can help different sides of civil war / revolt. Revolt, I mean, you can support rebels, but you need that thing, that technology in the Renaissance apparently to do it. But civil wars, I don't know, because maybe if you support them. But from what we've been told, the only time you can join is if it is a same culture. But what happens if it's a religious war? Does that just mean you're out of luck? Like, oh, too bad, so sad? Like, what if you're playing Hungary and you take lands off the Ottomans and then it's a Sunni revolt? I don't know, you'd have to take a lot of land to get to Anatolia. Okay, just play in the space. Let's say you do that. If it's a religious revolt, does that mean the Ottomans are just out of luck? They don't get called in anymore because it's not a cultural revolt? Or do they just not say it and you can do that? My brother was Jesus and I will lead millions of rebels to their death. That's true. You're so right. That's so valid. I'm sure it will not have any negative consequences. Wonder how that is handled with colonies. What do you mean? Like specifically about... Oh, you mean... Okay, no, I see what you're saying. If there's a rebellion in your colony... Well, if there's a rebellion in your colony, I'm assuming you get called in no matter what. Right? But if you conquer somebody else's colony, and then there's a rebellion there... Well, no, because that would just call you in. It's a little weird. My only question now, my big question is, does this only happen with cultural, so nationalist revolts, or does it happen with the other revolt types as well? Specifically, religious revolts. Because religious revolts, well, some of them can try to convert you, But would that be a civil war? Or would they form their own tag? I guess they form their own tag and they try to convert you. But if they're a religious revolt that's trying to become independent, can a nation of that religion intervene and try and help them become independent and then annex them? You mean if you take the L in a revolt your colony has, and it's a nationalist revolt, who would they piss off to? Well, they would become independent. Nationalist revolts can become independent if nobody supports them and joins the call to arms. They just become independent. Civil war within civil war equals normal war. Yeah, it's a good point. Oh, it's the next one. If a religious group wants independence, will it generate non-historical dynamic tags? For example, the union of the Miaphysite brothers with custom names, random map color, flag, etc. No, it will name itself from the province or area or culture or so. Or so? What? Or so? What? Or so? What? I don't know what that means. Also, it did not answer the question I had, which is fine, but I thought it was. This is just about how tags get named. Oh, also, Esther, I don't know if you've gone over the responses in this, but EU5 is no longer going by the 3-letter system for organizing tags. It's 5 digits and can have numbers in it as well. I don't know if that does anything for Ambinar EU5, but it was just interesting. It's on the EU5 containment thread. Containment thread? That sounds so bad, so negative. It won't create the Holy American Church of the Dollar? No, we'll have to do that manually. More recently, North, South Korea, and China, Taiwan came to mind. Okay, he's talking about civil wars not ending definitively. Neither of them are 100% settled yet. I mean, he's not wrong, I guess. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But they're also not in active conflict, which would be the case in EU5. You would be actively at war. So I get what he's saying. It helps with the inevitable balkanization that happened in places like Rahin, Kenor, and Lakefed. No risk of hitting the tag cap. Yeah, is Ambinar at risk of hitting the tag cap at some point? How close are you guys to hitting that? Korea is settled though, isn't there a truce or just narcissists? Yeah, I would say that it's definitely it doesn't fit within the definition of an EU5 rebellion, right? It's not there. You have 800 tags right now or so. Oof, that is a lot. Is this relevant to Scotland's starting situation since they are a pretender civil war with Balliol? You're just using Scotland's civil war. Okay, it's just a test thing. Does the game have a recent uprising flags for locations like EU4 does? What's the expected frequency of rebellions before a province is integrated? Maybe once? Usually none if you play decently, nothing else happens. Yeah, I guess it's not as gamey as EU4's rebellion system, right? Where it's a percentage base in the separatism. If you take land, and importantly, if you can actually get control over that land, there shouldn't be constant rebellions there. But if you take land that you cannot control, then there may be constant rebellions there. I think it's just kind of a natural way to balance out your expansion, right? If you get to 1444, then, you're playing England and you go and you take Bengal, that's going to constantly rebel because you can't actually control it. But if it's later in the game, maybe you can. AoE skill issue, Tom from Johan. Yeah, true. It is kind of just a skill issue. Does this mean that if, as Spain, I conquer French province and they revolt, they will call in France to the war? Yes. Okay. But if that's true, then that means that every war you fight, if you don't full annex, you're actually doing 2 wars, right? Anytime you take land, even if you do annex people, that just means that there's going to be so unless you full annex a culture group, You're asking for multiple wars. Assuming you let a revolt happen. Yes. If the revolt is able to happen. It's true. Rebellions will cause pop loss, which won't cause revolts to chain. That's true. That's true. If you kill the rebels, they can't rebel anymore. Huge. We finally fixed EU4 rebellions. They do need to be allowed to revolt. That's true. Unless... Rending anyone? Rending time? Okay, we got lots of questions. Number 1, can rebels form alliances with other nations before or after their revolt and ask them to join in for help? Like Scottish rebels asking help from France in their fight against Great Britain. Yes, after they have spawned. So you can ally people when you're in an offensive war. Though to be fair, they haven't said it's an offensive war when you rebel, but it is. Right? Like it is most certainly an offensive war. But that's interesting. Hold on. Okay, number 2, can different nationalist rebels ally together to form a larger united force against their ruler, like Scottish and Irish rebels joining forces and rebelling together in a hypothetical scenario? Yes, that's how it works. Okay. But would that rebelling tag be Scottish or would it be Irish? Right? Like it makes sense that they would work together. Right? The Scots and the Irish are like, nah, frick this. We don't want to be under England anymore. We're out of here. But would they both then try and form their own independent country? Like, let's say that the Scots want to rebel and Bengali wants to rebel, right? Would the Scots and Bengali join the same separatist nation, and then you have Scotland and Bengal owned in one nation, even though it doesn't make any sense that they would be one nation? Or is it just two separate tags that then rebel together at the same time? But there's a percentage, so you would assume... I don't know. I'm kind of confused on how the different groups joining together to rebel at the same time works. They probably joined together for the war and then after they split up. Maybe that could definitely do. But remember, they form their own tag. So then would they, the peace deal goes through and then they split right afterwards and then they both get independent? And it just creates another new nation? I mean, I suppose it's not that unreasonable. And it would just be based off of the province population or whatever. They would probably share war score. Well, that's the thing. Is it two separate nations or is it one nation with war score? And then if they win, they split afterwards. Like, who gets screwed over in the situation? Is it just based off pop numbers? Because, I get that. But, and also, if they're nationalist revolts, they're going to be on different time frames, right? Like, they go up by, 0.2 a year or whatever it is. Let's say the Scots go by 0.2 a year, the Irish go by 0.1 a year. The Scottish rebellion is going to fire first, so do the Irish just wait for their turn? It's just their turn to rebel? When is EU5 supposed to release? We don't know. I think we're still a year or two out, but I don't know. Yeah, single war leader. Yeah. So I'm a little bit confused on how nationalist rebels, nationalist rebels combined together works. Number 3, regarding nationalist rebels asking their previous owners into the war, can the previous owner ask their allies into the war too, or is it simply the rebels and their previous owner? He thinks they can't. Okay, see, this is what I'm worried about. This is what I was worried about. Is you have a rebellion fire off, you have to fight France and England again, but then England gets to call in all of their allies again. And so you just do the same exact war again. But you get to take the land back for yourself. I guess it doesn't cost aggressive expansion to re-annex, but you have to fight the same war twice. Can I take land from anyone who joins in this war against me? right? So if I'm France and I took London, London rebels, I somehow find a way to re-land on the British Isles, and I occupy London, and then I want to take Kent from the British to punish them for joining this war. Can I do that? Or can I only re-annex the territory that I want? And how much war score does it cost to re-annex the territory that I want? And number 4, can civil wars be ended with negotiation to avoid outside threats during it? Like, for example, a rival declaring war on us during the civil war, so we give the rebels what they want so we can focus on the rival war instead of continuing the civil war with the surrender. Yes. So, no. Not if you want to win. You got to beat them both. The rebels would also need a local stock of war supplies, so perhaps you can strip the provinces of war supplies in preparation of unrest. I don't think we have that fine of detail of control over stuff, do we? That'd be kind of weird. Can you imagine how a concurrent revolt could cost nationalists forever elsewhere to increase? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm still a little confused about different rebellions joined together. But reducing local market access? Yeah. You can move soldiers and let them do nasty. Well, if you move soldiers, it does lower the. It's not unrest, but it lowers the revolt percentage that they need to start doing a rebellion. What happens to armies and fleets stationed in rebel provinces once the rebellion starts? They stay there. Okay. But do they stay there as in they still belong to you? Or do they stay there as in they convert over to the enemy? Or do they just get wiped out? Looking at you, Diodaren. Looking at you. Am I just going to lose all my stacks once this starts? I'm assuming he just means that they stay there and you start occupying. So they don't get black flagged or anything? Okay. Sure. Would it be possible to show the actual value of satisfaction instead of flooring it at 0%? I feel like it would be a bit frustrating to have to manually add up all the factors should it be relevant with their actual satisfaction level. Yeah, that's... yes. Will it still be possible to convert to a religion of another group in some way? Yes, there are different game rules for it. Do slave revolts also create a tag? Yes. Is there a way to provoke the rebellion, like when you provoke yourself after many buttons before going to sleep? Okay. Not with a single button, no. No, bro. We're losing the innovation in provoking rebels. No. No. I wonder if they'll change that again. We're going to go back to... Well, no, because it's not going to be the same thing. Because rebellions don't increase by random percentages. They just tick up. So I don't think we need provoke rebels because they'll just get there. It's Jover. Oh, they're replying to the person who says wow every time. From next week, you'll spend the first minutes with the ban hammer instead of replying. Uh-oh. Better not be spamming wow anymore. When a rebellion kicks off, what happens to loyal armies located in a new revolting country? They'll be nicely given the exile flag and have to walk home. Okay. Wait, why do people not like that? What else would they want them to do? I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be exiled. I mean, actually, I guess I get it, right? You're like, oh, my troops are already there and they're ready to deal with the rebels. It sounds like black flag, and it is. That's what it is. They're getting black flag. But like, I think it's fine. It's whatever. Just wait right outside the provinces, walk back in. Boom, wartime. If a country that joins the separatists against you is already in a coalition against you, does the coalition fire? No. Good question, though. I didn't even think of that. Thinking about it, I find it a bit weird that pop satisfaction is just a binary condition that enables a pop to join a rebellion instead of also having an effect on the rebellion's progress. It does. The power of support increases the more pops are in it. Okay. From a realism standpoint, it makes sense not to exile, but from a gameplay perspective, it makes sense to black flag them. Yeah. I mean, And I think that's just one of those things like, yeah, it's a game. You get black flagged and you're not inside your borders or your allies' borders when you declare a war. It's what it is. Okay. How do rebellions and normal wars interact? For example, if a revolt or civil war breaks out in the middle of a regular war, doesn't that mess up war goal, war score, peace negotiation? And conversely, can I declare war on a country that is in the middle of a revolt or civil war? Can I declare war on rebels of another country and get their provinces far easier than if I had declared on the original and maybe far bigger country? It messes up for all royally, but far, far worse for the one getting the civil wars. I'm assuming that means yes, you can declare on a country that is in a revolt or civil war. Yes, you can declare war on the rebels of another country. I don't know about getting it easier though. But I guess like because it's not part of the bigger country, yes. And then yeah, it will clearly mess up your war goal, war score, peace negotiations if a civil war breaks out in the middle of another war you're in. I think that makes sense. Like, yeah. Newsflash, going into a civil war, not good for anything else that you're doing. Is there any peaceful way for the groups to achieve changes in similar to victories movements? If not, increased tolerance might make sense. It's not really the time period for movements in politics. If you want people to be happy, you make sure they are happy. Fair enough. Oh, we got a Lambert response. Please tell me that the automatic control mentioned in Tinto Talk 23 will apply to civil wars. Civil wars in Imperator were absolute agony, as when you sieged a provincial capital, instead of the province being ceded, the provincial capital would simply change locations. This needs clarification, and we need, with big old capital bolded letters, to have the automated occupation system apply in these civil war situations. Yes, of course, it's not 2019 anymore. It's the same system for all types of wars. Good. That is a good clarification, and I'm glad they're making that change. I had completely forgotten about that. That in Imperator Rome, when the Civil War started, you'd occupy provincial capital, and then the provincial capital would just move to a new spot. And so you'd be constantly re-sieging new political capitals, or provincial capitals. So that's good. I mean, overall, I think this dev diary is pretty good. Intrigued that late game rebellions might work differently. I want to know more about that. And I'm still not entirely sure how different cultures can join together and do a rebellion. Can religious rebels call in countries of that religion, say if there's a defender of the faith? You know, if there is a defender of the faith, can Protestant rebels call them in to support them in their independence wars? Or the largest country, I guess it would only really make sense if it was defender of the faith. I just think those are interesting ideas. What do we all think? What do we all think of the Tinto Talk? Any opinions? Any things you dislike about it? Hey, Volnarch, how you doing? Looking forward to a gameplay showing the game. I agree. I'd love to see some gameplay. Tinto did indeed talk. Yap even. That's true. They did even yap. Yeah, 3 show one packs the reward. No. I don't think we're going to be doing any pack opening today. But I do want to go back to some other Tinto talks. We don't need to go over 1 or 2. Those are just announcements. Believable World, I don't need to go over. Government, estates. Let's go back to governments. I don't know if there's anything in here that I specifically want to go over. There are 5 different government types in the game. Monarchy, Republic, Theocracy, Steppe Horde, Tribe. Okay. Each country has a ruler. Yeah. It's the estates mechanic, which is the next Tinto Talk. 2 government reforms, 1 culture specific and 1 government specific. Okay. As time passes, different government reforms and reform slots will be available. They can also be based on tag, culture, or religion. Language of pleading. Your core language. And then you have common language. This is EU3, it looks like. Yeah, societal values. Is there a Tinto Talk about societal values? Have they done one of those yet? No, it does not look like they have. And that came up in Tinto Talks 4. Am I missing it? Is there Is there one? Because I do want to know more about the societal values. Petition to change Tinto Talk to Tinto Yap. I don't know. I don't think I have that kind of pull. Sorry. Okay, but I do want to go over the estates dev diary again because I don't remember a lot about them, and I feel like that's pretty important to do. We don't need to read through everything. First of all, there are 4 estates in Project Caeser, which I believe has changed. There are now more estates than just 4, which mostly map one-to-one with social class, nobility, clergy, burghers, and commoners. There's also the crown, which represents the state itself. Each estate gains power based on the amount of population belonging to the estate, which is also modifiable by local attributes of where the population is, where some nobles may have very high power in a certain area, or whether a specific city has entrenched burghers' rights there. This is the estate's part of the government view, where you can see their power, current satisfaction, the equilibrium it's trending towards, and what privileges it currently has. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Very weak nobility. And wherever this is. Extremely weak nobility. Is it the crown in your republic? Good question. Probably. Every 1,000 nobles gives plus 50 estate power to their estate, while 1,000 peasants gives merely 0.05 estate power as default. Then these are modified locally in every location as mentioned above, and then in the entire country by laws, reforms, and most notably the privileges that you have given to the estates. The total power of all of the 4 estates and the crown together will add up to 100%, which is the effective power they have. Depending on your crown power, you either get a scaling penalty or a scaling bonus on aspects like the cost of revoking estate privileges, the cost of changing policies and laws, the efficiency of the cabinet, the expected cost of the court, and other things. If your crown power is weak, you need to have the estates really satisfied, or you will not get much out of any parliament you try to call. Each of the 4 estates has a current satisfaction and an equilibrium will move towards. Some estates in some countries will have the estate satisfaction moving quicker to the equilibrium than others. Each estate has 2 factors per type of estate in which their satisfaction impacts the entire country, where satisfaction above 50% gets a scaling bonus and below a scaling penalty. If the satisfaction is below 25%, this estate will not provide any levies. Most importantly, the estate satisfaction also impacts the satisfaction of the pops that belong to that estate, possibly creating rebel factions or even civil wars. Okay. So the commoner estate is going to affect all commoners, and the noble estate is going to affect all nobles, even if they're not actually connected in any way. Right? Am I thinking about that right? So like, if your nobles are not happy with you and you conquer land, then that's going to make the new nobles in the land you've taken just even more upset with you, because now they take over the satisfaction or dissatisfaction of being conquered on top of the dissatisfaction of the nobles you currently have. I mean, I guess that is what it is. Nobility impacts prestige gain and counter-espionage. Clergy is research speed and diplo rep. Burghers are merchant power and production efficiency. Commoner is food production and stability cost. What impacts the satisfaction and equilibrium of an estate? The privileges they get, the current stability, some reforms may impact them, some laws may, how you tax them, and much more. Some examples include clergy being happier with higher religious unity, or burghers like having more market centers in your country. Estate privileges, then, you may feel forced to grant privileges to estates to be able to tax them more, and you may be forced to grant privileges to get their support in parliament. All privileges impact the power of their estate, and many also increase their satisfaction and equilibrium. They all may have some impact on gameplay fitting the privilege, and often they also impact the societal value for their country. So free mobility for peasants gives 10% satisfaction equilibrium and 20% more power. Monthly progress to free subjects, 0.1. Allows peasants to migrate, yes. Noble estate satisfaction equilibrium reduced by 10%. We have mentioned taxes before, not in this dev diary. Economic system later. It's important to mention the estates of the country have wealth that's increased by the amount of money that you have not taken from them in taxes. Richer states will use their wealth on many things, primarily to invest into things that benefit them, but will also build things to benefit the country. Yeah, their states, I believe they've added in the... Oh, damn. Dimmies. I believe the Dimmies are also in a state now. The states surely seem like an average aggregate of all the relevant cultures fitting into them, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, is the satisfaction of a noble that is not my primary culture and religion going to affect all the satisfaction of all my nobles? Of like the entire estate? Or is it only of accepted cultures and religions? Like, again, for example, if England conquers Bengal, there's going to be a lot of nobles there because there's a lot of people. Is that just going to make their noble estate super disloyal? I'm just trying to think about how all this ties into how rebellions work at the moment. Interesting. Okay, I want to go over control again because I keep seeing them bring up control, and we're gonna go through this one more in depth. Okay, Tinto Talk. Before jumping into today's talk, I'd like to show something very fresh out of the oven based on your feedback next week. And yes, there it is. The Dimmy have been added to the country. Okay, today we delve deeper into 3 concepts that are rather new to our games, but first we'll talk about locations a bit more. Not every location on the map is the same, especially not in a game with such scope as Project Caeser. By default, every ownable land location is a rural settlement, but there are 2 upgrades that can be done. First, you can find a town in a location, which allows you to increase the population capacity of the location and allows for a completely different set of buildings than a rural settlement. Finally, you can grant city rights to a town, which allows for even further advantages. Now you may wonder, why don't I make every location into cities? Besides the cost and the population requirements, there's also the drawback that each of them tend to reduce your food production, while also adding more nobles, clergy, and lots of burgers to your country. Stockholm, Dublin, Belgrade are examples of towns at the start of the game, while cities include places like Beijing, Alexandria, and Paris. And here we can see the control that Sweden currently has, with Stockholm being the capital town at the start of the game. Every location that you own has a control value, which is primarily determined by the proximity of it to the capital or another source of authority in your country. There are only a few things that can increase it above the proximity impact, but many things that can decrease it further. This is probably the most important value you have, as it determines how much value you get out of a location, as it directly impacts how much you can tax the population in that location, and the amount of levies they will contribute when called. A lack of control reduces the crown power you gain from its population, which also reduces the potential manpower and sailors you can get, and weakens the market attraction of your own markets, making them likelier to belong to foreign markets if they have too low of control. Okay, so in this case, the control of Kalmar is at 56.15% chance, and it changes by 0.2% each month, and can reach a maximum of 58.2%, while currently having the following effects: minus 43.85% crown power, monthly sailors is reduced by that amount, as is monthly manpower. Levy size is 56.15%, market protection plus 28.07%. This also gives access to 56.1% of the tax base of Kalmar. Why is levy size in the positive while sailors and manpower is in the negative? Weird. I don't know. In your opinion, adding Dimmies a bit favoritism. There were prevalent religious minorities everywhere and everywhen, Jews, Tin, Buddhists, etc. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What is proximity? It is basically a distance to capital value, where traveling on the open sea is extremely costly. Proximity is costly over land, but along coastlines where you have a high maritime presence, you can keep a high proximity much further. Tracing proximity along a major river reduces the proximity cost a fair bit, and if you build a road network, that will reduce the proximity cost. There are buildings that you can build like a bailiff that will act as a smaller proximity source, but that has the slight drawback of adding more nobles to the location and with a cost in food for them. I mean, okay, I guess that's true. And then if your nobles are disloyal, that means that the province could rebel. But I mean, I feel like having a bailiff would be... I guess it depends how much food the bailiff costs, really. Maritime presence. In every coastal location around your locations or where you have special buildings, you have a maritime presence. This is slowly built up over time based on your ports and other buildings you have in adjacent locations. Placing a navy in the location helps improve it quicker, but blockades and pirates will decrease it quickly, making it absolutely vital to protect your coastlines in a war, or you'll suffer the consequences for a long time. As mentioned earlier, the maritime presence impacts the proximity calculations, but it also impacts the power of your merchants in the market the sea zone is part of. Next week, do an overview of the economy system. Okay, but this is what I want to... Is there another dev diary on maritime presence? Naval aspects? Is that where it is? Is that where we get more stuff about maritime? Because I feel like I remember there being more about it. I think my only concern with maritime presence is that, as always, like, if you bring your doom stack of navies, like, you're gonna win. But the system encourages you to maybe have smaller groupings of ships everywhere at once. But, like, the problem is if you do that, and then you or the AI decides that you're gonna doom stack your navy, then there's gonna be no chance for you to beat it, right? Like, let's say you're playing as France, and England has a bunch of ships all around protecting their maritime presence, but you go, no, I'm going to land in England, and you put all of your ships together in one stack and punch across the channel. Like, the AI is not going to be able to stop that unless they also stack everything together. You know? But then you'd lose your navy access elsewhere because people would blockade you. So I don't know. Okay, but this is the control, and control does have an effect on your rebels, because if there is money left in the provinces, it gets added to the rebellion progress, right? Like right here, due to a lack of control, 18.12 ducats gives 0.11% of progress towards the rebels. Which, I mean, I guess that makes sense. So you want to make sure that you have control, not only so you can get the wealth, but so the wealth doesn't go into rebellions. Makes enough sense to me. There's a Tinto map about natural harbors. I'm assuming this is naval aspects. Yeah. Important to maritime presence. First of all, we need to go back to the importance of maritime presence and naval capacity in Project Caeser. Before you get advanced road networks through your country, your proximity propagation is much faster through places where you have maritime presence. In a sea zone where you have no maritime presence, or a location without any road network, costs about 40 proximity to traverse through, which basically means you cannot propagate any control more than 3 locations away. Of course, there are things that impact your proximity cost per location, like topography, vegetation, development, and societal values. The Heartland has some access, but the coasts are the most important to us. For a coastal sea zone, if you have 100% maritime presence, the base cost is 5 per location. If you have less than 100% maritime presence, it will scale accordingly. Lakes and major rivers are always considered to be 100% maritime presence sea zones for proximity calculations and market access calculations. Yeah, I remember this one now, because this was weird. This was weird that rivers always give 100% maritime presence, even if it is contested territory. Like, if the river is on your border, you'll always have 100% control, even if you are at war with someone on the other side of the river. Which doesn't make any sense, but there are no navies in rivers, so it doesn't really matter. As you can see here, tracing the proximity out from Kalmar to the sea zone of Kalmarsund is a bit costly, as going from land to sea through a port has a higher base cost. This is severely reduced by the infrastructure and development you have built up in that location, as well as the natural harbor attributes the location has. This is something new for this game that we have not done before. With so many locations and such granularity and mechanics emphasizing a deeper simulation, we have to start treating places differently, as there is a reason why certain places on the map are better suited as ports than others. This also explains why certain locations grew to be important places in history over others. The brighter the green, the better the harbor can be. Right. And we have a map of the best harbors in Europe, specifically. A little bit North Africa. And they are kind of where you'd expect them to be, right? You know, London's a pretty good port. They've got a lot of good ports in the south. I didn't realize that Galicia had so many great spots for ports. And the stuff in the south, not as great, except for, it looks like Gibraltar. Nice is a great port. Venice, great port. I think it's Messina, right? That's a great port. Constantinople, great. SMH, no harbor in Ulm, so true. So true. Ulm getting the short hand of the stick once again. Look, there's even lakes near them. Disappointing. Disappointing. Which one were we on? 24. Harbor suitability of the location has a significant impact on the trade and proximity calculations, and also impacts how quickly armies can be loaded or unloaded from the location. See, I have a question about this. Loaded or unloaded? Does that mean there's no longer a button just to attach them? Like, do you actually have to load them onto ships, and does that take time? And then how do naval landings work? I guess it would just take you longer to actually complete a naval landing if it's not a good port. So France has to eat Brittany? I mean, I don't know why France would not eat Brittany. It's not like Brittany can defend themselves. You know, what are they going to do? Harbor suitability of 25 in Bristol. The wharf gives 10% more harbor suitability. The trade/embark cost is reduced by 17.5%. The friendly disembark time is lowered by 7%. Hostile increased by 7%. And the distant cost to capital through the port is at -7%. The natural harbor suitability of 25 is the dock cost is reduced by 7.5, as is dry dock, shipyard, grand shipyard, naval base, and that gives the harbor suitability at 25%. Okay. Shipbuilding. One of the disadvantages of playing a naval nation in other games we've made was the simple fact that unless you had a large coastline, you could not compete no matter how good the coastal locations you had were. One of the reasons was the simple fact that you could only build one ship at a time, and if you wanted to recruit a regiment, you couldn't. In Project Caesar, this has changed. First of all, there are 3 different construction queues in location. First, there is the civil one for buildings, RGOs, and other non-military oriented things that you can do in a location. Secondly, we have the army-based queue. And finally, we have the naval-based queue. So you can recruit regiments at the same time that you build ships in a location. We also added the concept of parallel shipbuilding in a location, where buildings can unlock additional shipbuilding slots in a location, where at the end of the game you can build close to 20 ships at the same time in the same shipyard, with all the related advances and other stuff unlocked. So this is a unique building in Venice. It gives you 200 monthly sailors plus 4 shipbuilding capacity, and you can build ships here. Boom, boom, boom. Blockades. One of the most powerful abilities that you can do during the war is blockading another nation's coast. The immediate impact is a reduction of food production, maximum control, and making trades being more costly and likely to reroute. There is also the fact that development growth is severely slowed, the decline of prosperity, and a dramatic reduction of your maritime presence. As some say, an image tells you more than 1,000 words. We'll use a few screenshots of tooltips related to blockades to make it a bit more clear. Okay, so if it's blockaded, it gets minus 2% monthly prosperity, minus 10% max control. Now, when it says max control, does that mean that it instantly drops by 10% if you're at the max, or does it slowly decrease to the new limit at 10%? You get minus 2 maritime presence, you get minus 50% total food, minus 20% monthly development growth, and plus 200% trade embark/disembark cost. Even with only a single port fully blockaded, the maritime presence in the sea zone is severely impacted and will take many months to recover unless you have coastal forts or navies patrolling it for a long time after the war. Right, so monthly change for the County of Holland maritime presence. This province is being blockaded, and that is why it's reducing so much. And it goes down much, much faster than it goes up. Much faster. How far inland does it go? In 90% of cases, reduction of coast production does absolutely zero impact on the country. I mean, it's a good question, right? Because this is talking about the County of Holland. So these are the locations within the County of Holland. I feel like there should be a provincial effect as well. Right? Because what if the food production is all inland? Well, then the blockades aren't really going to matter very much, right? What is this? That's not the vibe. Neither is this. The music's falling off. We just want to chill. But yeah, I don't know how it affects inland provinces. Not all ships are great at blockading, as you most likely want to have heavy and or light ships do the blockading. Right. The one Hulk is doing its very best. And each galley seems to be doing, what, 0.1? Is that good math? Yeah, it's good math. England may blockade France, but it's not like they can't trade with Germans or Italians. True, but that's what it's saying by it will reroute trade. You know? Not all locations are equal. In different populations, infrastructure and development increases how much ships are required to blockade the location. There are about 32,000 people living in this nice rural settlement. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Ship repairing. Every month that a fleet is in a sea zone that is not adjacent to a friendly port, they will start taking attrition. This attrition is increased dramatically if the fleet is outside the naval range. This attrition creates a chance for ships to be damaged. While usually you can only repair a ship at port, there are advances in some ages that allow you to repair your ships in coastal sea zones. With the Age of Revolutions, you can repair a ship up to 50% efficiency without going back to a port. Naval range is calculated from every core port that you own, or is owned by one of your subjects, or owned by someone you have negotiated fleet basing rights with. So you don't even take attrition if you're next to a province you own. Does that mean it doesn't take up sailors at sea? Is that what that means? That if you're next to one of your ports, then you don't lose any sailors on your ships? Or does it just mean they don't take damage, but you still use sailors? Do sailors get used in the same ways? Transporting troops. Ships in Project Caeser all have the capacity to transport regiments. The transport capacity of a ship is not measured in regiments, but in the amount of men it can carry. Usually the transport ships are far better at carrying regiments, but other types of ships can carry some as well. We also have automated transportation similar to EU4 to make moving armies around the world less painful. In a naval battle, there is no separate bombardment phase, as most ships have guns, and they tend to want to use them constantly. Otherwise, it works similar to land combat in that you have different sections, but the individual ships you have will fire upon each other. But when it comes to the actual combat algorithm, ships work a bit differently, as there is no combat power or an amount of soldiers fighting to consider, but instead ships have an amount of cannons and hull size. Cannons are offensive, hull defensive. There are 4 different types of ships: heavy, light, galleys, and transports. In each category, there are at least one ship in each age that can be researched, but there are also many unique ships that can be built. There is no real restriction on what roles different ships can perform, but a transport is not the best at blockading, and a light ship may not be ideal for transporting a lot of soldiers. Each type of ship differs on how many trained sailors they need for their crew, how many cannons they have, and more. You can also raise ships as levies from your population, but those are usually best suited to transport armies shorter distances and should not be relied upon in a sea battle. Okay. Next week they talk about colonization. We can take a look at that, about the trade winds. I mean, I guess this is fine. I don't know. I still feel like it's just going to be like throw ships against each other. We'll see who wins. Which, like, I don't know what else I'd want them to do. France won't get rich by trading grain and wine with the Germans. Sugar and silver from the New World, however. Yeah, true. Man, I mean, it really seems like you're going to need a large, robust navy if you want to be a colonial empire, which is good. Like, you do need that. But I am just worried about death stacking ships. But, I mean, I don't know. That naval presence is pretty brutal. Total food, disembark. I don't know. I'm not too worried about the food. Maybe I should be. But I'm not worried about the food production being reduced. I'm more worried about the trade being reduced. Hey, Jason. How you doing? Where's our sea tile supply limit to stop doomstacks? True. So true. Okay, this is the colonization. One important factor, big impact on colonialism is power projection. Each country has a power projection value, and it is primarily to allow a country to be able to exploit those with a lower power projection. Power projection is very dependent on how advanced a country is, where each age has an advance that gives you about plus 10 of it. It is also modified by societal values, rank of the country, and more. One important aspect is that the plus 10 advance for Age of Traditions is in the advance tree from the meritocracy. You do not gain power projection by doing specific actions like an EU4, but it's entirely based on your country's current setup. Having a fleet is mad expensive. And realize was that reflected as well. True. Very expensive. Death stacking ships should be really hard. Only the British Empire and the US have ever successfully dominated the seas. I mean, Spain did too for a while, right? I mean, we shouldn't leave them out. Like, they did have a lot of naval dominance until they didn't. Right? Japan has had naval dominance until they didn't. So, France also located in the Caribbean. Yeah, see, but like that's what I'm saying. Like, but at the same time, like that is an active decision you make. If you want to put a stack of ships in the Caribbean and make sure you have total control of the Caribbean, that is a decision you can do. But then no one's going to be able to contest that. But I mean, hey, the skill issue, I guess. Sun never set until it did. Exactly. Sadly, the Sweden is properly balanced modifier has not been developed yet. Yeah, never will be. Don't lie to us. We know. We know you'll never balance Sweden. How does colonization work in Project Caeser? You colonize by starting a colonial charter in a province for an upfront fee in gold. Then each month some of the population will be moving from the homeland to the colonial charter until all locations that can be owned are owned by you. In almost all cases, there are people living in a location you want to colonize, so for you to have to be able to have a charter to flip to your ownership, there are a few rules. A location needs to have at least 1,000 people living there, and a certain percentage of the population needs to follow your state religion and be an accepted culture of your country. The colonial charter of Södra Österbotten is at 29.37%. Okay. This percentage depends heavily on the difference in power projection of your country and the locations, or the countries in the location. Yes, I said countries in plural, and next week you will understand what we are talking about. This has the implication that at the start of the game, Yuan could, in theory, start colonizing Europe if it only had been closer and discovered. How the countries and pops already present in a location react to your colonization is something that will be clarified in the later Tinto Talks. As long as you have a colonial charter, people from your own locations will start moving to the locations in the colonial charter. This amount of people moving is rather low in the beginning of the game, but there are advances that will increase it in later ages. Societal values will have an impact on it, and so does the distance to the colony. One thing to take into account is that colonization does not magically create new pops out of thin air, and being able to create a huge colonial empire is not a feasible strategy as a low population country. Colonial charters are not free, and moving people are definitely not free, and countries need to support them. The higher the population in the target province, the more expensive it is to colonize. The distance also has an impact, but colonizing in the same area or region as your capital is significantly cheaper. You can always cut costs to your charters, but that will also reduce the amount of pops moving every month. Not too expensive, so we can easily afford it, but that's because it's not very far away. Same region reduces it by 33%. I guess it's in addition to population. I don't know. Okay. When a colonial charter is finished and all possible locations in that province have become yours, you have multiple options for what you want to happen to that charter. If the province is close and you think you can get decent enough control over it, you may just want to keep the locations as part of your home country. You also have the option to have the province form a new colonial nation or have it join an adjacent colonial nation. Colonial nations are a subject type that cannot be annexed, but have a few advantages or disadvantages depending on your point of view, in that while they start transferring less gold into vassal wood, they also grant some manpower and sailors while also giving part of their merchants to their overlord. To clarify, you can make colonial nations anywhere on the map where you can colonize. So you can have like African colonies and whatnot. If you feel that your charters or colonial nations are not growing enough, there are 2 tools that you can use in the cabinet. Both of these become available from advances in the Age of Discovery. Supporting a colonial charter, you will move pops from a province you decide upon to the colonial charter you decided. With these supporting colonies, you can move 100 pops every month from a selected province to a target province and a colonial nation subject. This can be useful when you want to boost a colony and you have overpopulated provinces at home, or when you think your country would be in a better situation if you could expel some minorities. Yeah, but didn't it say that it has to be accepted cultures? Well, I guess it's only to start it, not to move them. Okay. Restrictions on colonization. There are several ways which can block other nations from colonizing certain places, including diplomatic treaties. At the start of the game, Norland, Finland, Karelia, and Kola are under the claims of Sweden and Novgorod, who have divided the area between them. We also have the situation Treaty of Tordesillas, where the New World will be split among 2 Catholic powers, causing lots of interesting dynamics. Next week, we'll be back to talk about the difference between countries and why owning locations is not all there is to life. I am interested. Does it have to be Spain and Portugal? What if Portugal dies before they start colonizing? What if the Castile player goes, actually no, I'm just going to conquer Portugal, and then France starts colonizing? Does that mean that the Treaty of Tordesillas will be between France and Castile or Spain? They didn't mention anything about trade winds. So we didn't get what we were looking for. And EU4 was dynamic? Yeah, it was based on the colonial region. But, I mean, I guess there are no colonial regions now. Right? Because if you finish a colony and then you get to decide whether to keep it, to give it to a colonial nation, or to create a new colonial nation, you can just have a bunch of little colonial nations. So I would assume that would take up some diplomacy something. But it wasn't dynamic. It was that you had to be Catholic and you had to have colonized. You have to have a colony, like a colonial nation, in one of the regions, and then you get it. It doesn't stop you from colonizing there. It just makes it slower, and I think it lowers the opinion with the Pope man and the nation that has the claim. Pope will give you United Iberia one half and a Catholic OPM the other half for fun. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. Like, what if it's not France? You know, what if it's... What if you snake with Ulm to the coastline, and then you decide, yes, I'm going to colonize now, and you get the Treaty of Tordesillas, despite the fact that maybe someone else should get it, but you were faster. I mean, what if Portugal starts colonizing, and somehow France colonizes next, and then it's between Portugal and France, and Castile just gets left out, and they don't get to be put in the Treaty of Tordesillas? Don't know. What is another thing that I wanted to go over today? I wanted to look at the economy as well. I can close all these. Also, if you guys have questions, let me know, and then we can look at the Tinto Talks for those things. We're just yapping. We're just hanging out, doing a little bit of chatting. Let's play real life possible examples like Denmark, Sweden, Netherlands, England, Ireland, sort of. So I would assume it'll be far more dynamic. For what? Does map Tinto Talk cover the oceans? I don't think so, but we can look at the Tinto maps too. But I think it's just the land right now that they're really focusing on. Oh, for the Treaty of Tordesillas, you mean? Yeah. When Ireland colonial empire, you know? Okay, this is Tinto Talks number 7. This is about the economy. Every month you have running income and expenses that need to be balanced, and if your balance is positive, your gold is increased, and you can use that gold to invest in other things. And with balancing incomes and expenses, of course, there are sliders. Having some buttons for just a few possible options for taxes or expenses like an imperator is not really fitting for a grand strategy game with deep economic gameplay. If we start with income, you have trade-related incomes, which is a system we will delve into in early May. It's no longer early May. Markets and trade. I guess that'll be the next one we read. You also gain gold from provinces, not locations, so provinces being states, that sell surplus food they cannot store in their local market. Neither of these you directly control with any slider, though. The bulk of most countries' income will come from taxes, though, and taxes in Project Caeser are really different than before. First of all, every estate has a possible tax base, a concept we will delve into much more detail next week, that you can attempt tax from them, but every estate has a maximum tax you can take from them, which depends on your laws and their privileges, and how much power they have in your country. The higher the tax you take from them, the lower their satisfaction and equilibrium becomes. Some examples of tax affecting things include Catholic religion, which limits the taxes on the clergy, and also the auxilium et concilium, estate privilege for the nobles, which reduces the tax they pay. Finally, something that has existed in some of our older games, we have minting. Now, what is that, you may ask? Minting is the possibility to get more money by printing more coins, and has the slight drawback of increasing your inflation the more you do it. Okay, so here, for example, we have an income of 40.51. Minting, which right now gives us nothing, we have no minting. Our nobility tax is giving us 7.46 ducats a month. Clergy tax is 0. The burgher's tax is at 9.74. And the commoner's tax to 23.29, with very high satisfaction for the commoners, by the way. But the tax is not that high, but we can see the light blue lines is the maximum, and the filled in blue line is what we're actually doing. Selling food is giving us 0.01. Diplomacy is nothing. Trade income is nothing. Interest is nothing. Mercenary income is nothing. Other income is nothing. I mean, we don't know what nation this is, right? We don't know how big this nation is, but 40 income is a lot of income. Lot of income. Expenses. We all do love gaining gold, but sadly, we also have to spend it. And while we can reduce some of the spending, we cannot completely avoid all of it. First of all, we have the cost of the court. This is something that is directly correlated to the economic base of your country. And if you spend less gold than expected, your legitimacy or equivalent applicable government power will decrease over time. And the more you spend, the more legitimacy can increase. There are advances, laws, and other things that impact how much more you need to spend here. Then we have the costs for your standing army and navy, where spending less reduces their fighting capability. This is nothing new, so I'm not sure why I need to mention it. Fort maintenance is another common economic expense for our games, which is here as well. If you don't pay, garrisons don't tend to stick around. Culture, this is an entirely new concept, will become available in the Age of Renaissance, where you can invest money to get blank, while also impacting your prestige. And I don't think we know what this is still. Do we? Spending money on culture to give us... I don't know. I don't think we know. Did you go over the tech one? We can go over the tech one again. That'd be a good one to go over. You can also decide how much you wish to spend on your colonial charters, which is a new system we'll talk about later this year, which we already went over. Finally, the last thing you can impact with a slider is your investment instability. The cost of how much your investments are needed depends on the size of your country, with different laws and societal values impacting it as well. Stability in itself ranges from plus 100 to minus 100 and will decay towards 0 on its own. There are 2 other ways to impact your stability gain, besides investing gold as mentioned here. One of them relates to the cabinet system, but another is a more long-term impact from how your country is built up and is based upon how many clergy pops you have of your state religion compared to the total population. There are other expenses, as you can see below, but one important thing to mention is that provinces that lack food will try to buy it from the local market. Okay, we don't know if this is the same country that's making 40 from here, 40 income. But these expenses are at minus 67. Cost of the court is almost maxed out, giving minus 8.67 ducats a month, but giving you 0.59 legitimacy. Army maintenance is minus 1.07. Navy maintenance minus 28.2. So yes, navies do cost a hell of a lot more than armies do, at least in this screenshot. Fort maintenance is at minus 27. Culture, we are spending nothing on it. Cost of colonies is at max, but there are none. And stability, we are spending no money on it, and we are losing minus 0.09 stability. We're also buying food for minus 2.15. Okay. That is fine. Maybe we should get down our fleet, and maybe we don't need all those forts. Our standing army of 200 brave footmen is enough. Well, 200 footmen for only -1. That's actually kind of expensive. That's actually kind of expensive. And then this Tinto Talk is about trade specifically. And then we'll probably do the technology one. The final of 4 on the economy system. Well, hold on. Of the economy system. Let's just go through all the economy ones. Number 8, number 9, and then number 10. Right? Okay, number 8. Talking about economical part of the game, talking about different items in the monthly budget. Now we'll continue with explaining some of the core concepts of the economy. Loans and bankruptcy. Let's start with loans, which will work a fair bit differently than in any other previous game. At first glance, it is kind of similar to previous games, where you can take a loan, you get money, you pay interest on it for a set period of time. However, in Project Caeser, there are some changes. Take out a loan of 23.67 ducats for 60 months with a yearly interest of 10%. The estates have made a 696 ducat loan available for us. 10%, perfectly fair. Definitely not stupidly expensive. In this game, you are not borrowing money from an abstract national bank, but instead your internal loans are taken from what the estates have made available. The estates invest money they have not only in immediate gains for their own power or other ways that benefit the country or other redacted, but they also invest in having money available for the country where they will benefit from their interests. If there is no money to borrow from the estates available, you have no ducats left, you will go bankrupt, which is a little bit more severe. There is another way to get gold. You can send a diplomat to one of the banking countries like Peruzzi and Bardi if there is one that you know of within diplomatic range to request a loan. Make sure you don't forget to pay them on time or default on the loans, or you may never be able to take a loan from them again. Okay, core concept. Let's continue. By taking a look at the tooltip for a location, we can quickly have a reference to some important aspects in the rest of this dev diary. So, Kalmar location. The town of Kalmar is in the province of Östra Småland and is owned by Sweden. The population is 8,445. The raw material is stone, dominant religion, Catholic, culture, Swedish. The tax base is 0.42. I'm assuming that's the tax base before you get the money. It is in the Riga market. It is at negative 4.1 food. The climate is continental, topography flatlands, vegetation wood. Food. If you notice the line of food above, you see that Kalmar is not self-sufficient in food and needs to rely on the rest of Östra Småland for food unless they buy it from the local market. So Kalmar produces 7.88 food each month. 5,242 peasants or slaves gives plus 5.2. Continental gives it 10%, river 5%, coastal an additional 5%. So a town reduces food production by 10%. Remember, it's rural, town, city. I would assume that city is either minus 20 or minus 25. Traditional economy is 18%, serfdom 5%. Peasant estate satisfaction is at 12.5%. Feudal administration is plus 5%. I would love to see, like, what is the peasant estate satisfaction? Like, I'd love to see a full breakdown of a province, like in a static period of time, so I can see how exactly everything ties together. Right, because I don't know how much estate satisfaction these peasants have. Do the peasants have 12.5% estate satisfaction? Is it 12.5% over 50, so it's at 62.5% satisfaction? Like, is it 80? I don't know, but I would like to know, so that way I can have a general idea of how it works. I don't think they've gone over how slavery works yet, no. I could be wrong. But I don't think so. And I think I'd remember. It'd be a pretty big dev diary. Food consumption. Nobles 0.26, clerics 0.4, burghers 4.4, peasants 6.8. Even the small town of Kalmar needs food from nearby locations. Primarily, there are a lot of burghers here that consume a lot of food. There's also a lot of modifiers that impact how much food the location produces as well. If the granaries in Ustra Smoland are close to full, we would sell their surplus to the local market in Riga, but only get about 56% of the profit, as we only have 56% control in Kalmar. If the entire province lacks food, we would have to buy food at 100% of the current price in that market. The price of food is different in each market and depends entirely on how much food is sold there. Okay, but we only get 56% of the profit. Does that mean that the estates get the other 44%? Or does it just disappear? Like, does that money go into the estate's pockets and then they have that and maybe we could like take a loan from them because they're money? I don't know. Taxes. We mentioned taxes in last week's Tinto Talk and specifically mentioned tax base there. The tax base of an estate is based on the total of all their tax base in all the locations they are present in. Tax income is gained from taxing the profit of buildings and resource gathering operations. The amount you can tax depends on the control of the location. So currently 0.42 tax for 56.15% of control in Kalmar. The potential is 0.44 because we have a max control of 58.2. And the maximum possibility if you had 100% control is 0.76. We're taxing the nobles at 15.18% for their tax base of a total of 0.18, so we get 0.02 tax from them. The clergy have a tax base of 0.06, we take 0%. The burghers have 0.14, we take 25% for 0.03. And the Bondeståndet, I'm assuming that is the peasants, has a tax base of 0.02, and we get 0 of them at a 25%. We are slowly increasing our control over Kalmar up to 58.2%, so the tax base will be slowly increasing, and if we would get it to the 100 maximum, it would be even bigger. As you can see here, the nobility and the burghers have a fair bit of power here, and the peasants have basically none. Currently, we are able to tax more from the burghers each month, and could probably go above the 25% tax rate we have currently set on their estate. To clarify, only the money that is in the potential row exists, and anything you don't tax on, that goes to the estate. So you get 0.05 ducats there, perhaps more, but paradox rounding, and the remaining 0.37 goes to the estate. Gotcha. So I'm assuming, so what they're saying is, there is 0.18 in the nobles. We are going to take 0.02 of that tax base. And that means the nobles are going to get 0.16 tax, right? That's what it's saying? I think so. I think I'm understanding the math correctly there. I think. Raw materials. As you notice in the tooltips above, we talk about raw materials and resource gathering operations, RGOs. Every location has one raw material possible that can be extracted. This includes things like lumber, stone, grain, amber, or copper. Of course, there are other ways to get access to the raw materials than merely owning and controlling the location. Only peasants and slaves will work on gathering raw materials, and how many will work with it depends on how big of an infrastructure you have built up for it. Pops that are working with this will not be producing food unless the goods are food related. The maximum size of an infrastructure that can be built up depends on population, development technologies, and societal values. So, Kalmar produces 1 stone each month with 1,000 peasants or slaves, and are then sold for 0.7 in the Riga market. When fully upgraded, Kalmar can support 12,000 working with it. Expand mines in Kalmar will cost 44.45 ducats, takes 180 days, and will allow employment of 1,000 more peasants or slaves in the stone mines. During construction, it will require access to the following goods in the Riga market. 0.1 lumber. We mentioned buildings in one tooltip earlier, and next week we'll talk about how they work in Project Caeser. Okay, Tinto Talk number 9. Constructions. In the previous development diary, we mentioned constructions and how you needed lumber for expanding the mines. In this game, we almost all constructions require different materials to progress, and if that material is not available in the local market, then that construction is stalled until the material is available. This includes things like road building, shipbuilding, recruiting regiments, building buildings, or expanding RGOs. So we have the monastery in Girona. So we need 0.5 stone, 0.2 glass, and 0.5 lumber. We only have 0.41 stone available. We have tons and tons of glass, and we have no lumber. For example, building a light ship in the Age of Renaissance requires naval supplies, lumber, weaponry, copper, tin, and metalworks, while moving your capital requires paper, books, stone, lumber, marble, and gold. Buildings are rather important in Project Caesar. There are hundreds of different types of buildings. Some can only be built in rural locations, and some require a town or city. Some can only be built in ports, and some can only be built in other countries. Some you can only build when there is no owner of a location. Lots of buildings are unique to cultures, regions, religions, or even to specific tags. Some buildings can only have one level. Some have a fixed cap, and some have a cap that scales with the population or development, and so on. Buildings can also be categorized into 3 different categories. Buildings that produce goods, buildings that only give effects, and buildings that can only be built by the estate. Those pure estates usually have a drawback to them as well, and it's not easy to remove them. So this is a parish church. It gives the following location: 25% clergy power and 75% peasant power. It requires glass, paper, cloth, and beer. Definitely not something that we are all that keen on having in here. It does increase demands for some goods though. And it does give the peasants more power, if you want the peasants to have more power, which I'm only assuming you probably don't. Not Vic 3. Peasants having power, probably a bad thing. Hey, Zito PSU, how you doing? So what about producing buildings then? This is where the truly fun parts of the economy start. Project Caesar has a large amount of different goods. We currently have about 70 different ones that have different needs. Some are needed for the military, some are needed solely by pop, some are needed for buildings, and so on. Producing buildings in towns and cities go from guilds and workshops to manufactories and mills at the start of the game. These include everything from paper market guilds to foundries. A producing building outputs one or more types of goods. Finally, we have buildings that are purely giving an effect. These include granaries that increase how much food you can store, libraries that help increase literacy, different types of forts, building that train manpower, port buildings that help with shipbuilding, and much more. Okay, so this castle, there's a garrison size of 500, allows them to control, yes. Required production methods. So we need 0.05 stone, 0.05 metalworks, 0.05 weapons, and 0.02 tar. And requirements for construction, we need 2 stone. And it said in the raw goods, Kalmar produces 1 stone each month, if it's at max. Are goods affected by control? Do you get less goods if you don't have full control? Or do you still get the full goods? You don't get as much money if you don't have full control. But I don't think it said anything about goods being affected. So if you have a level 2 stone mine, then you can build a castle in a month? Is that what that means? Or does it take the goods over time? Production methods. All buildings have at least one production method slot with one production method, but many have different methods in each slot, and there are plenty of buildings with multiple production method slots. A production method is a list of goods that are required for a building to function. There are 2 categories of production methods, those that produce something and those that do not. As an example, a castle does not produce any goods, but it still requires stone, metalworks, weaponry, and tar to function, and if it does not get those goods, then the castle will not function properly. The effectiveness of a building is based on the lowest available percentage of goods present, and it will only purchase and use required materials in that percentage required. If the market cannot supply enough resources, then it will not work. The output of the producing building is also scaled by the percentage mentioned above. So, this is the production method for the Paper Makers Guild. You choose one of these production methods. We have animal parchment, which requires 0.27 leather and 0.1 wood to get 0.5 parchment. Rag paper, which is 0.45 cloth, 0.2 wood gives you 1. Fiber pulp paper, which I'm assuming that's just fiber, 0.75, and then 0.2 wood and you get 1. Or wood pulp, 1.25 wood for 1. But why are these losing you money, but this is gaining you money? Maybe it's because of access to goods? right? Maybe the cloth is just very expensive in this market, and so it's costing a lot more to make. Okay. You can automate the production method selection, which will adapt it on a monthly basis based on what resources are available and what would be profitable. The UI also allows for macro decisions regarding production methods. Every building requires employed pops to function as well, and those that require upper-class pops like burghers, clergy, and nobles also increases the potential for them in their location, making pops slowly promoted. This can be slightly awkward as powerful nobles or clergy construct more buildings that make them more numerous and powerful. Producing buildings that are not profitable will be closed and pops will work in other buildings. However, you can always subsidize a building if you require the goods or other benefits that it brings. Speaking of profit, the profit of a building is added to the tax base of a location, split among the power of the population in the location. You can always close and open a building if you want to manipulate prices or if you want your pops to work other things and you don't want to destroy a building permanently. We mentioned that. Okay, hold on. So the profit from buildings is automatically split up among the power of the population in the location. In other words, it's given to the estates. And then you have to tax the estates there. So you can't build buildings and then just get the profit back automatically. Like, you can't have state-controlled buildings at all. I mean, I suppose that's fine. It's not Vic 3, so that's not really like a thing yet, but there is like a crown estate. But it's added to the tax base, and you can only take tax from the estates. But you don't tax the crown estate. But the crown can't own buildings at all? That feels a little weird. Interesting. We mentioned last week about different ways to get raw materials, and one way to get it, besides trade, is through a set of rural buildings. These include lumber mills that you can build in any wood or forest location to produce lumber, sheep farms, stone quarries, and many more. Alright, so this stone quarry, to build it we need clay and lumber. And the production method is going to be 0.1 metalworks, 0.2 wood, 0.1 leather, and then you get 1 stone. Okay. There are stockpiles of goods, but those are in the market. There are buildings that you can build to increase the amount they can store, as if you do not have the goods required for a building, unit, or construction, those will not function. Speaking of markets, that is something we'll talk about more next week. You're off to bed. All right, Sarah, have a good one. It's good to see you. What is this? Oh, this is not what I want. Or that. I specifically don't want words with lyrics. I clicked the button for only instrumental. That's crazy. I got this franchise to sell Crown Land. Just tell me how to make the money. That's right. I can't sell Crown Land? What in the world? But it's weird that the Crown Estate seems to be not involved in the building system. Like, it's removed from that in a lot of ways. You don't make money off of buildings. You have to tax through the estates completely. Like, what happens if you want to centralize more as time goes on? Like, I guess that just means that you tax the nobles more? I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too much of, like, Mayo and taxes, where you develop from having estates and you try and modernize into having more of a bureaucracy. And, you know, you take more direct control over things instead of having to go through the middlemen. I guess it's just not an option. Okay, this is the last economic one. Then we'll go to the technology dev diary. This feels really loud. Turn it down a bit. Okay. Today we'll talk about things all related to trade, including markets, merchants, and trades. This talk is heavy on tooltip screenshots and a lot of concepts to digest. Recommend checking it through multiple times. Here we are. Here we are, baby. Let's go. The multiple times going through. Okay, let's start with the markets themselves. They are dynamic and will change through the playthrough, as countries can create new markets and disband their old if they so desire. Each market has a center in a location, and the owner of that location is in control over that market. You can destroy your own market. Why would you ever want to do that, though? You know? I don't know. Each market has a center in a location. Yeah. Every location in coastal C-zone will belong to the most fitting market, which depends on the market attraction of the market, the distance between location and the market center, diplomatic factors, and more. So this is the Riga market. The greatest supply, wild game, plus 29.18. The price, 0.22. There's an arrowhead pointing up. I'm assuming that means that the price is going up? I don't know how that makes sense, though, since there's so much supply. There's also tar, plus 13.04. The price is 1.33. That's going down. Fur, plus 11.21. Price, 0.54. That goes up. Beer, plus 9.95. Cost, the price is 1.36. That's going down. Fish, plus 9.76. Cost is going up, 0.36. It needs sturdy grains, sand, wine, fine cloth, and gold. The price of wine is 10, fine cloth 30, and gold 50. The most powerful merchants, the country of Sweden has 424.12 merchant power and 2 merchant capacity. The Hanseatic League has 175.5 merchant power, but 4.27 merchant capacity. The Livonian Order has 125 power. Ustal has 100. Teutonic Order has 84.37. No merchant capacity. Okay, but then why is it the Riga market? I mean, Riga's not even on the list. I would assume they're a part of the Hanseatic League then? But then, I guess it's called the Riga market because that's the province it's based out of? But Sweden has more merchant power, so why is the capital not in Stockholm? Also, market attraction plus 6.09%. I don't even know what that means. Hanseatic League is an IO. Yeah, I know. Well, I guess, no, you're right. Yeah, it is. So I guess, well, Riga could still be a part of it, though, right? Yeah, Riga was, like, the nation of Riga would still be a part of the Hanseatic League IO. Well, I guess they would just all combine into one thing for the merchants? The Riga market has control over much of the Baltic region in the start. Boy, the price of grain, game, and fish are all increasing, but not beer. Well, that's good. That means life is good, right? You don't need to eat. Just drink a little more. You'll forget about it. League's a non-landed tag. Yes. Oh, well, if it's a non-landed tag, then I guess Riga's not in it. But then why is the capital of it in Riga? Guess we can join the market in the capital of those ain't dynamic. Yeah, I guess maybe that's the point of creating your own is you can try and take control over it. But then you don't have as much control over how the market works necessarily. A market has merchants who have a power depending on buildings and maritime presence in the market, and a merchant capacity which depends on the infrastructure for trade that country has in the market. The merchant power impacts in which order exports from a market are executed, as there is not an endless supply of goods in a market. The merchant capacity impacts how much goods the merchants can ship. Okay. Merchant power impacts the order of exports from a market are executed, which means the more merchant power, you're going to export first, so you're going to make the money first. And then the merchant capacity impacts how many goods you can actually ship after it's already determined that you get to go. So in this case, Sweden is going to be chosen first, right? They're going to get first dibs on exporting goods to someone, but they're not going to be able to export as much as the Hanseatic League because they have less merchant capacity. So they get first dibs, but the Hanseatic League can do more trade in general, despite the fact they have less merchant power. Hanseatic merchant capacity in Riga. The Hanseatic contour in Riga gives +1. The Hanseatic contour in Revel is 0.5. In Visby, +1. In Dorpat, +0.5. I'm assuming these are buildings that they can build, the Hanseatic League. Like, they don't own provinces, but they can build buildings. The Commercial Advisory Board, 10%. Trade monopolies reduces it by 25%. Merchant Republic increases it by 50%. Leader of the Hanseatic League, 7.5%. This is the source of the Hanseatic League's merchant capacity in Riga. Riga being the trade node. You can see the market. You can see in the market screenshot, every good has a local price and a supply versus demand value as well. Let's take a look at the beer price in the next tooltip. The market price in Riga is 1.48. The price changes by 0.002 ducats each month towards the target price of 1.51. This is the base price of 2 ducats modified by minus 24.3% due to an effective supply of 15.81, an effective demand of 10.37, and a price stability of 20%. Okay, so there's an overall positive of 5.46. Math? Did I do the math right? No. Of 4.19? Oh boy. Doing math on stream is never a good idea. We'll just keep reading. I'm sure it'll tell me. Supply and demand. The supply of each good in the market depends on several factors. The output from RGOs, from buildings, base production, and burger trades. So what is base production? Some goods like clay, lumber, sand, and stone are produced in every market without the need for specific RGOs, even if an RGO with that raw material can produce much more, and there are buildings that can be built to provide these as well. Also, your burgers will trade on their own, and if they have the capacity for it. They will attempt to address needs within the market and can trade in a slightly shorter range, thus enriching their estate. There are laws and privileges that impact them, like the trade monopolies estate privilege that the Hanseatic League has granted in the earlier screenshot, which reduces their own merchant capacity by 25% to increase the capacity of the burgers by 100%. So what about demand? This is primarily from the maintenance, input, and construction of buildings, recruiting and maintaining armies and navies, and the demands of the population, but there are more sources of wealth. Of course, trades themselves impact supply and demand. Okay. But how does enriching your burgers to do trade affect this, the merchant power calculation? Merchant capacity by 25. Okay, so they reduce their own. So the country can do 25% less merchant capacity worth of trade, but then the burgers can do 100% more capacity of trade. They still trade, I would assume, at the same time as you do, because it's based on merchant power, not on merchant capacity. But it enriches the burgers more because they can do more trades. But at the same time, it might make it to where you are able to have more goods traded in total compared to if you just did it on your own through your own merchant capacity. That makes sense? Am I thinking about this correctly? Burgers make more money, which you can then tax. But do you make money off of trade directly? I guess that's the next question. Or do you have to tax the trade as well? Well, let's read about trade. Maybe it'll tell us. Maybe we'll figure it out. You can use your merchant capacity in a market to either export a good from that market or input a good from another market. Of course, that market needs to be within your trade range, which is not world spanning in 1337. A trade is a variable amount of goods shipped from one market to another market, purchasing it from the local price in the exporting market. The longer the distance between the markets, the more capacity each good will require to ship, and higher the maintenance costs will be. Trades have an impact on the last land location they are in before leaving the market, and the first one they enter in the importing market, giving boosts in development to them over time. A trade always has to trace a path on the map. Okay, so tar. These merchants are from the Kingdom of Sweden. The amount of tar traded last month is 1.18. The desired amount to trade this month is 1.18. So exporting through the Riga market costs 1.46 ducats. And to transfer 1.18, it uses 1.53 merchant capacity. Oh, okay. And then it goes from the Riga market through the London market. The merchant maintenance is minus 0.07, and the sound tolls, which I'm assuming the sound tolls are the part through Denmark? Like traveling through Denmark? Am I right about that, or is it something else? Cost minus 2.78. So the total trade it makes you 12.59 in the London market, and so the total trade profit is 8.27. Yeah, sound tolls if you pass through Öresund or the Bosphorus. Okay, so it takes a lot of merchant capacity to do trade. Like this merchant capacity is nothing. Like Sweden is using over half of its current merchant capacity to move this market into the London market. Importing through London, exporting through Riga. So this tar okay, but is it through the province of Riga, or is it talking about through the market of Riga when it says exporting through Riga, importing through London? Like, you do make a lot of money off it, but it takes a lot of merchant capacity to do so. And what did it say about burgers? That they can do more automatically? Trade it on their own if they have the capacity for it. They can trade a slightly shorter range. So I would assume that the more burgers you have, the more trade capacity they have. And so you probably want to work with your burgers and make them stronger in the early game, even into the mid game, even possibly into the late game. So that way they can do more trades. The only thing is they get the profit from it and you don't. You have to then tax them to get that profit, but they would bring you the goods that you absolutely need to have. And that's why you would give something like trade monopolies. It's because, 25% of, 4.27. Well, it's not 4.27. It's whatever it was before then. What, like 4.5? Something. I don't know. I don't know what the exact Hanseatic League merchant capacity was. Maybe it was 5. Like, if you have more merchants, it would be, or more burgers, then it would be better to have them do the trades to get you the goods that you need. You just don't make money off of it directly. So it's kind of a balance that you have to play about what's more important, the money or the goods. And the goods is probably almost always going to be more important. Which is good until the later game where you've built up your own merchant capacity and then you can make all of these trades on your own. Thus, the transfer from the kind of mercantilist ideals into more capitalist free trade ideals. Or maybe not free trade, but more state-controlled trade. Interesting. Okay. Where were we? Right here. So, diplomacy and trade. There are diplomatic factors that impact the trade and market mechanics of Project Caeser. First of all, you can deny market access to a nation owning a market, which will reduce the attraction of their markets on your locations, but also make anyone with merchants in those markets upset with you. So, if I am playing the Teutonic Order and I am in the Riga market, I can deny access to England to my markets I can deny access to the London market, which will make England mad at me, and, for example, I don't know, Scotland and Wales and Irish miners, they would all get mad at me because I'm preventing access to that market in its entirety. It's not really it is an embargo, but it's an embargo on a market, not a country. Deny market access to a nation owning the market, but it has to be to the nation that owns the market. Okay. Also, does the makes anyone with merchants in those markets upset with you, does that count burgers? Like, if someone's burgers are trying to take stuff from a market and I deny access to market, does that make them upset with me even though it's not a state-controlled trade and it's a burger-controlled trade? You can also request and or offer market access preference, making it likelier for a country's locations to belong in a certain market. If you dislike paying sound tolls, you can always try to ask for an exemption for it through diplomacy with the country controlling the street. I have a better way to deal with that. It's called violence. You take the toll for yourself. Some countries have isolated themselves completely, so you need to negotiate a specific exception to allow you to export or import from their markets. There's also the possibility to embargo a country, which would block the merchants from that country to trade in your markets and also to not be allowed to move through your country. Of course, this is a legit casus belli, so use with care. Okay, so it seems like there's two steps of trying to reduce trade with people that might be your enemies. Number one, you deny market access to whoever owns the market that they're in. Right? Which makes it less likely that you will trade to them and that they will trade to you in that entire market. Then, if that's not enough, if you want to totally cut someone out, then you embargo them, which is a very specific diplomatic action against an individual country, but that gives them a casus belli against you in order to open the markets back up. Right? And I would assume that an embargo also counts for blocking their burgers from trading with you. So, step one is kind of like a percentage reduction. Step two is a complete stop, but a complete stop means they can declare war on you to open it back up. You can also go in and burn the buildings that raise control such market access in the process. True, you can also just do violence. Other aspects of trade. Well, or you don't even have to go in and burn the buildings. You could also just declare a trade war against someone to reduce their maritime presence. But can you fabricate a trade war off of deny market access? Or does it have to be only off of embargoes? Can you fabricate one for someone that you share a node with, like an EU4? Even though you never do that? You almost never do that? I think the first is prevent your market from buying goods in their market, which annoys them because they lose money. The embargo stops them from buying from your market. Deny market access to a nation owning a market, which will reduce the attraction of their markets on your locations. Okay, no, you're right. You are correct. Deny market access means that your people are less likely to buy from them. An embargo prevents them from trading with you. Good clarification. Yes. So step one, I want to trade with someone else. Step two, you can't trade with me. And I would assume you can have both of these up at the same time. But you can never fully prevent your market from trading with another market unless they embargo you. And the only person that can do this is the owner of a market, I would assume. Right? It'd be weird that if anyone in your market can prevent other people from trading in your market. But it does say on their markets, on your locations. So maybe not. Maybe it is a country by country thing. That's interesting. You could make a lot of money if you were, say, let's say you were playing the Netherlands and somehow you were in the English market and people really wanted to trade with England, but England's out here embargoing people. They do not want them to be trading with them at all. But you as the Netherlands don't necessarily care that France is, being all French over there. And so you trade with France, which gives France access to the English market. But only the locations in your provinces. But you, of course, can trade with England. So can I set up trade lines? Can I trade with England, bring goods back to the Netherlands, and then sell those trade goods to France and make a profit off of that? Can you go around embargoes like this, or is that too in-depth for what they're trying to do? Because that could be fun, especially as like a landless country, right? Like the Hanseatic League, right? You don't have provinces to worry about, but you can try and work out these deals to make more money and get around embargoes. RP and Portugal going against the continental system. Yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like they'd be really interesting to try and do. But can you make a trade off of another trade? Because it hasn't said anything about that yet. Right? And of course, you would have to assume that you don't need that good in your market. Right? Like, let's say you are the Netherlands and you have spice. Right? You've colonized Indonesia. You're bringing back that spice to Europe. Like, if it's not fully used up in the Netherlands, can England buy it from you and then sell it to Sweden? If England doesn't have the full usage, even though it would make them more money, they would rather make the money than have the good? Two variants of embargo usurpation. You buy goods into your central market node, then legally sell it to theirs as non-embargo third party. There is some special smuggling operation using Burger's Crown counselor actions. Was that a response? Is that one of the responses in this dev diary? If you buy goods into your central market node. Oh no, that's just what occurs to you. Okay. We might look through the comments of this one because I am curious. Can you get around embargoes like that? Other aspects of trade. Each market can have specific goods banned for export or import, with one common example being that Muslim markets will ban import and export of wine, beer, and liquor. We mentioned in an earlier Tinto Talk that markets will have stockpiles so that surplus can be stored for a rainy day. There are buildings that will increase the amount that can be stored. There is also food in the markets, with prices adapting to the supply and demand of food as well. Okay, food stockpile in the Riga market. Amount of food that currently sits in the stockpiles of Riga's market. Top 5 food producers. Okay, these provinces are doing lots of food. These provinces are eating lots of food. Königsberg being the largest. Västra Gotland are Sveriges Kornbad. I'm pretty sure I butchered the last one. I think I did okay in the first ones. This one I definitely butchered the hell out of. There are also automation options where you can assign trading... automation options where you can assign trading completely to the AI. You can also lock some trades so the AI does not interfere with them. I mean, that's good. Okay, let's go through here. We're gonna look through the what is this? Oh, new Tinto Talk. Where? Because this one was late. I don't know if that's the correct map, but let's show only dev responses. Let's see what we can find here. I mean, I can manipulate the markets that my lands fall somewhere in between two neighboring markets. Should be possible. Does Gibraltar count as a sound? No. Can you set up new sounds? Probably not, because then you just set them up everywhere, right? Like, yeah, I want a sound here, 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 and here. I want you to pay me money every time you try and trade. Certain goods will require more capacity to ship than others. What happens when you're at war with someone in your own market? You fight a war normally. If you can control the market center, you can always embargo them. True. Where lowlands depend on English trade at the time. Oh, they're talking about the picture of it. Am I missing something? Because they're not showing the map. Hold on. Show all posts. Hold on. We'll go back. We'll go back. Penguin. Okay, is this the actual market? Market thing that they're showing? Let's say it is for argument's sake. Okay, well now my question is, how is it that the Riga market was trading with the London market? but it didn't show that here. How does that work? Because it doesn't say that it's going through Lübeck at all. But it does go through the sound toll, which is right here. So it has to go through the Lübeck node and into the London node. Sweden? Yeah, what about Sweden? Oh, wait. Is it because Sweden owns provinces in both markets? Is that why? And so they don't have to make a separate calculation for the Lübeck market? Sweden is the one making the trade. Yeah. Right, but it still has to go through the Lübeck market, right? Or do you only need to own one province and then... Like, I guess I'm just confused by the tooltip. Because desired amount to trade 1.18, okay, it's exporting through the Riga market, importing through the London market. It talks about the sound tolls here, but it doesn't actually say anything about the Lübeck market. Am I not being clear? The merchant ships just travel from Riga to London. I mean, yeah, I guess. But I mean, I figured that it would talk about each market that it goes through. Because a trade is viable when a goods ship from one market to another market. Well, I guess it doesn't say that it talks about each market. Purchasing it for the local price in the exporting market, the longer the distance, the more capacity each good will require to ship, and the higher the maintenance. I guess that's just what this is. It's the merchant maintenance. It just doesn't say that it goes through Lübeck, but it clearly does because it talks about the toll. You think that's why it's using so much capacity? Maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it just doesn't say that it goes through each market. It talks about the starting, the ending, and then maybe if you hover over merchant maintenance, it'll tell you why it's so expensive, but there's just not nestled tooltips on the forum. And they're not stopping Lübeck, but they still pay the toll. I mean, yeah, they're going to have to pay the toll, right? So I guess that's just what I was confused about. Is I thought it was going to say each place that it went through, but okay. I'm locked in. I'm back. I think I'm back on the right page. Okay, so when we see all the markets, of course the markets aren't actually in stone, right? They'll change and whatnot. Why is this tile black? This looks like it might be wasteland. These are wastelands. Does that just mean that there's no market access there? Because these are also black. So I guess that's what that means. There are ocean tiles that are deep water. Do markets not go over deep water? Or is it just more difficult for markets to reach into the deep sea? Or is there a technology that we need to get into deep sea for markets? Hey, fella, how you doing? And I'm seeing how this ties into your colonial nations now, though, because that you can have it to where your colonial nation controls their market instead of it just belonging to, if you're, settling in Massachusetts, some random natives market. It could be your colony's market instead if they do their own. Right? Sound tolls are only limited to straits, or could other countries get a fee for allowing the trade to pass on their land during the transportation? Currently straits only. The market around southern France is particularly interesting. There's seemingly some areas that are not wasteland that don't seem to have their part in a nearby market. Could it be due to being sieged? I'm only curious about the meaning of the stars inside the market centers, likely the importance of the center compared to others, but I might be missing something. It's wastelands only. There's some areas that are not wasteland that don't seem to have their part in a nearby market. Johan says it's wastelands only, but very clearly it's not. Unless your ships can't go here? It'd be weird for your ship not to be able to travel through here at any point in the game, though. Like, we know that there are locations where there are trade winds, where you travel around, but the market not be able to reach out here at all? oceanic wastelands are probably higher attrition than land wastelands? Maybe. Any chance of differentiating the land and sea colors in the trade map before release? Looks a bit weird. I don't know. Make a mod where the number of starting markets is tripled or more. Not super much, but consider that the AI creates and disbands markets depending on what is optimal for them. I'm not sure how your mod looks after a decade or two has progressed the campaign. I mean, I guess that's the other question is, or another question I have is, how often are they going to create their own markets? Like right now, it makes no sense for the Netherlands to be in the London market unless they really want access to the goods in the London market. But then the control of the prices in their market is up to the London market and not up to their own. But being in a larger market gives you access to more goods. Also, can I just switch markets? The borders are not clean. Right. Yeah, no. It's not clean. It's not a national borders thing. It's a provincial location thing. This all sounds Greek to me until we can actually manipulate and see how it's connected to the game. True, but I'm trying to connect it right now, right? To the extent that we can. This is I'm trying to connect things, okay? I'm not ooh-wooing. Do market borders change over time too? Yes. These are not set in stone. They will change. It changes based on your control and your maritime presence and all kinds of stuff. So if you were playing Denmark and you wanted to take this province off of whoever the hell this is, I don't know who this is. Just is this Lithuania? Lithuania. This is Lithuania. If you wanted to move this province away from the Regan market and the Lubeck market, if you reduce the control enough and the maritime presence, then maybe like the tiles will flip over. How will goods travel from distant markets, say from the Spikes Islands to Europe? Ships and or caravans, i.e. the merchant capacity you build. You need to build up infrastructure to get in that market. Okay, they mentioned caravans, so you can, at the very least, have markets that you're like far away from. You can bring in goods from them over land or even over sea. But it doesn't really talk if you can then trade that good away. Right? You know, import spices and then immediately export them and not use them. Does this mean that markets can take the land of other markets and grow and shrink? Yes. Can the market be moved other than by creating a new one, disbanding the old one? Could the owner of Hamburg create a commercial base so big in the location that moves the market seat from Lübeck to Hamburg? You can manually move your market to another location that you own inside that market. That will impact what locations will belong to it. So if you move from Lübeck to Hamburg, you are likely to get reduced access to Norway and Sweden, but may get a bit further into the lowlands. Okay, but I think this assumes that you own the market. Right? I think this response means that if Lübeck got control of Hamburg directly and then moved the market center there, then it will readjust. But you can't move the market center if you don't own the market center, which I suppose is a good reason to want to set up your own market center, right? Your own market. Can a country own multiple markets? Own multiple markets. I'm just looking at Bordeaux, which is a PU of England at the start, and wondering how France can control all of France, or if it is even beneficial to do so versus making two markets. Yes, of course, you can have as many markets as you want. It is usually beneficial to have a significantly sized one that provides you with enough of the resources you need, so you only need to import a percentage of what you lack. Okay. But how does that work with overseas provinces? Right? Like, wouldn't it be better to overseas have a new market? Like a different one? And then you import and export from that second market to your main market? I don't know. Maybe at the end of the game, you can find a way to have enough control. But like the way I'm thinking about it is only one person is going to have that kind of control. Right? Like if you want your market to be world encompassing, you can't share a province with another market. You have to own it. And I feel like it's going to be very difficult to do. Trade companies. I mean, but that's what you would be representing, right? Is trade companies. Is you would represent that, you know, these provinces in Southern Africa are in its own node. They're their own kind of trade company. Right? I don't think there's like a trade company button where you add it in. 3 hours of just yapping the downfall of Poemu? Nah. We were yapping from the beginning. That's what I said. Gotta get the tea. That's right. Gotta get the tea. It's an interesting way to show like how you would integrate provinces over time to be more centralized. For you, you were the EU4B super bare bones. I think mechanically it's looking somewhat solid so far. I'd like to know more about colonization. But content-wise, as in like missions and events and stuff, yeah, that's definitely something to be worried about. You're gonna buy EU5, you're gonna wait for Amanar to be ported before playing? That's crazy. Like if I had to guess, Amanar will get early access to like mod tools or something. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But still, waiting seems crazy. I'd rather play the game and learn how it works. Yeah, the unique technologies and mission trees will definitely be focused on later. That definitely feels like something that you focus on after you have your core mechanics set up and you're ready to actually like make the missions, but you already know what the mechanics are. You're afraid it's going to receive the Vic 3 treatment. What do you mean by the Vic 3 treatment? No, I'll keep reading these, but I'll make sure. I'll read it when you say what you mean by that. Man. There's fishes are good. I'm hoping it's not an RGO. It is. Because to have fish as a trade good, you have to dry it. Or most commonly use salt. Just being able to generate tradable fish in random locations without access to salt or a history of drying them like in Norway wouldn't be historical and remove an important source of demand for salt. It is both an RGO and an output from buildings. But, I mean, it's going to have a production method. So, if you want to have fish be the main thing they produce there, then, you know, you're going to have salt. Advertise all these possibilities and then it ends up really shallow. But they're not the ones coming up with the possibilities. That's us. Not that I'm saying you're wrong. But like right now, they're just showing mechanics. We are the ones that are coming up with how would we want to use them. I'm not sure how I feel about manually sending merchants to move goods between markets. I worry about micromanagement. That said, it does seem trade flow is fully dynamic depending on where supply and demand is, which is a huge step up from E4 static system. Unless you make your country into a trader nation, you don't need to care all that much about trade. A trader nation. Interesting. Some players run with fully automated trade. Some do, depending on country and situation. You can automate most and just lock certain specific trades to not be controlled. Some love the manual micromanaging. Suits can be suits though? True. City Skylines 2, they were also talking about complex economic system is super shallow. That was what was actually in place. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to the City Skylines 2 dev diaries. Did they go into as much detail? I'm not running defense, by the way. I'm fully aware of what it was like when it released. I didn't play it. Thank God. You know, I did not spend money on it. But we are getting a look under the hood here. Pretty in depth for a game that is not released or even announced yet. Well, that's why I'm going over these again. So that way we can refresh in our mind what the older dev diaries were like. So that way when we read the more recent dev diaries, we can keep that in mind and try and see how they would connect. And then we can like ask questions or kind of see if it's a vibe that we're liking or if we really want things to change. They were saying stuff like complex systems that gets affected by pops, etc., etc. And in the end, they were just some sliders. And yeah, it's always something to be worried about. Obviously, they have to upsell the game, They'll say it can do a bunch of stuff, but that's the reason we have these Tinto Talks, is to try and avoid that kind of situation happening. Right? The releases of Vic 3 and of City Skylines 2 do not happen in the void of Tinto Talks or of Project Caesar being developed, right? Like, all these things exist in the same universe, and they're doing this for a reason, and it is to avoid situations like that. Just like you was like, oh, look at this feature, adds another button for you to press. I mean, yeah, but that is EU4. EU4 is just pressing buttons at the end of the day. I mean, all games are, but I see what you mean, though. See how much they've changed just from people's input on these talks. I'm a lot more optimistic about this than other titles, but with any new Paradox release, a bit of healthy skepticism is always good. Yes, that is the same with any release. Okay. Just trying to see if there are any. So will trade goods chain across markets then? Like, if there's a demand for spices in the London market, will it try to buy spices from neighboring markets, causing them to have an increased demand for spices, meaning they will look for spices in neighboring markets until eventually this need is met? Yeah, but you are not forced to buy from a neighboring market. If you have the range, you can import from Alexandria to London directly. Okay, it's not. I was hoping this would answer if you can buy and then sell, but it didn't. But it seems that you ignore markets that you travel through unless there's a toll, which there's only two. There's only two tolls. There is the toll in Denmark, and there's the Bosphorus in the Byzantines, or more likely the Ottomans. And so you just pay the cost of the distance to go there. But it feels, well, I guess it's trade range, so it assumes you have the trade range, which means you probably have provinces that they can dock in, yada yada yada. What happens when, like Austria, your country is present in 3 different markets? Do you just take stuff from all 3 of them, or do you have to choose from one and trade from the others, like in EU4? It would be a bit OP to have access to the goods of 3 markets. You could a bit of a headache, as your country is split between 3 markets, which makes for things being different prices. And if you need to use guns in Tyrol, but your gunsmiths are built in Vienna, you need to trade them to the Venice market. Then again, Venice probably has far more goods. Then again, Tyrol has shitty connections, so you won't get goods first anyway. An Austrian player may probably want to eventually make sure they unify their heartland in one market. So in this case, it's talking about how Austria down here is in the Pest, I'm assuming the Venetian and the Praha markets, does not have a market of their own. And so they want to make sure that eventually it's all in one market, but that's something that you have to build up to, because in the start, they just don't have the trade power in order to do that. Which, I mean, yeah, fair enough. But it does talk about, they did say that, you know, if you have locations in different nodes, you're going to have to trade into the node where you want the goods if you're the only one that has them. But of course, if you are not the most powerful nation in that node, you will not get access to them first. So if you trade into the Venice node, Venice, I would assume, is going to get access to those goods first. So you have a really high incentive to be the most powerful person in your market. Those are for sound tolls, but historically river tolls were a thing for centuries, all along the Danube and the Thames. Yeah, but I believe they said on the other page that those were the only ones. There are no overland markets or overland tolls. Which, I don't know, it makes rivers very OP. You have 100% maritime presence, and it spreads control better, and there's no tolls for trading along them. I mean, rivers, man, they're good. Wouldn't if you do something similar, having to assign all the buildings to every location and dictate their exact size to be a lot of work, something that would have to be redone every time you make a larger balance changes. So what is the process for setting up the world? Is it by hand? So automated process. Oh, this is just talking about the design. Templates 1, templates. If I own a location outside my own market, say I'm England and I own Taiwan or whatever, will that potentially create problems, since I'd have to import goods from Taiwan from whatever market it is in to my own? What is the problem you think to see? Why would you need to import or export goods between the markets? That's true. in all honesty, it's probably fantastic to have a province in the Chinese market, right? Because then you can export goods out of the Chinese market. You may be last on the list, but you can still do some trading. Unless you get embargoed, then you're out of luck. But I guess maybe there is an incentive to not always have every province you own inside your market. Because it means you can trade out of other markets, even if it's just a little bit. Are there lower and upper caps for prices like Victoria 3, or do you have to really calculate supply and demand? There is a max and minimum price that factors on the current age. And we could see that, well, we can't see it because I'm off the page. But the price of beer, the maximum was 10. Long ago today, was there a big dev diary? No, we're going over a bunch of dev diaries. We're going over a bunch of them. Markets will be dynamic. That's yes. Will markets have to be adjacent to be able to trade with each other? You don't need to be adjacent to trade. Will you be able to found multiple markets within your empire? Yes, you can have multiple markets within your country. Very good. Will the trade regions be the same as continental regions and areas? No. There's a thing I really hope is possible to be the middle man. I really hope you could be a trade empire just moving goods from place to place, and that having control of the mouths of rivers like the Rhine and the Danube is amazing, letting you trade far inland with the goods you acquire across the world. That is one of the player fantasies that will be possible, getting rich from trading X from A to B. Huge. Great. So I can buy spices from the Spice Islands, bring it into Lisbon in Portugal, and then I can immediately turn around and sell from Lisbon those spices into Denmark. Right? Because Denmark does not have the range to reach the Spice Islands, but I do. And so I'm just going to sell them because I'm going to be the most powerful person in the Lisbon market, hypothetically. Next one thing is, like, if pops consume goods, then don't I have to go beyond that that goods consumption in order to retrade? But if you are a landless nation, that doesn't really matter all that much because you just build a building and then bada bing, bada boom, you can start trading things and you don't have pops to take care of. There you go. Past the 3-hour mark of yapping, I'm officially the true yapper of my family. Okay. Did it say something about getting free resources from colonial nations, like the VOC for the Netherlands and getting cloves? No, I don't think so. I think you just have to colonize or conquer in those places, or get market access in those places and then trade out. But colonial nations do give you a portion of their merchants, yes. But it doesn't give you, like, free goods. How is market access of a location determined? Transportation costs, roads, water, terrain, etc. Sir, we don't have the guns. As the guns were made in a factory inside another market, Venice bought all of them and traded them to England. I mean, that is what will happen, though. I'm a little bit worried about that. Right? Like, I'm a little bit worried about that because it's kind of weird if you have two different locations that are on the split of a market and you can't just move them over to your other location from a location you already own. You have to trade it over, but then someone else gets to sell it first. It is a little weird, but maybe that just means that you want to try and get into one single market so you don't have to do that. You're telling me right now we're being shot by our own guns? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you plan to have a viable long term to empower one's burghers and leave trade mostly to them, or is it designed / intended that you should centralize trade in the crown, otherwise you are handicapping yourself severely? The goal is to having the crown controlling trade directly as much as possible as less profitable. Wait, the goal is having the crown controlling trade directly as much as possible as less profitable. Okay. So you don't want your own merchant capacity? You want the burgers to have more capacity so they do more trades because it makes you more money? And then you just save your capacity for important trades that you absolutely want to do? When's the game end? 18 something? I don't know. I feel like later in the game you should want more control over trade directly, right? Even if you're automating it. Like, you would rather the state have control over it so you don't have to tax the burgers necessarily. Because you'll always get more from direct trade than you will from taxing the burgers. Will this simulate Silk Road trade route with the middleman earning all the profit between it? Yes, it will. Okay. The way I understand it is the market is really just a market city, and then it'll capture locations around it based on its influence. So how big the market becomes will depend on how many other markets are near. Yes, and there are buildings that can increase your power or laws plus privileges. Okay. Will massive devastating wars between multiple AI affect trade for the player? If a player's economy is heavily tied to trade, will conflict between other nations affect the player negatively, therefore forcing them to get involved in the war? Yes. It's not fun to see the cities you import goods from being ravaged and not being able to restore their output for many years. Civil wars are countries now. Yep, we talked about that today. Given that there is a trade range, does that mean that some trade goods like silk will be moving from market to market to get to the end purchasers? If markets in between are disrupted or trade links are interrupted, will good try to find alternative routes to end markets? Each trade is between two markets on a path. Right. You don't actually, this is what I was confused about. You don't trade into each market on the way there. It's just between two markets. And then you pay the cost of moving it. Could also found their own tiny market if they wanted, and presumably cut themselves off from almost everything they don't produce themselves. Yes, they could, and then they'd realize it was the worst investment of gold ever. Can you clarify what POP needs to work? You have mentioned it several times, it is a thing, but you haven't explained how it works. Are you satisfied? Yeah, have we done that one yet? Yeah, population system. Should probably talk about that too. Is it only the market leader that can trade with other markets? Anyone with merchant capacity in the market can trade. How will army supplies work in this project Caesar? Will it depend on the market, distance, and terrain hostility, or even all of them? And if it is going to work like a supply train, where you need to clear protective passages for the supplies to come through, completely or totally different concept. Another concept that interacts. Okay. Cost of shipping goods. Is there a significant difference between sea and land shipping? That's extracted into sea travel, costing less capacity to go through. Okay. If a trade route pathfinds through provinces outside the market node, or even through the node, but ends and starts in other markets, no one cares? No one cares. Correct. You can trade through the French market when you're trading with England, and France will not stop you. Which feels a little weird, but I guess they could go to war with you? They could privateer you? Have we gone over privateering? How do you declare independence economically? By creating your own market, spend lots of gold. How will market control work when the market owner is a subject country? Ragusa being a Venetian vassal, 1337, subject decides. I wonder how significant rivers will be since they signify ease some of the logistics of trade. They'll impact it. Wondering about the Silk Road. Given the Terra Incognita will still exist, and European traders can't go to China directly at the beginning of the game, will the game be able to simulate the demand for Asian goods in Europe? Can a significant demand for say, silk in Constantinople prompt the AI in Persia to import it from further east, prompting the actors in that further east market to import it from China and move it west? Yes, as the prices in China are cheaper than the ones in Persia, and Persia is cheaper than, let's say, the prices in Venice. Okay. Will the market owner be able to set export caps for certain nations? Example, Austria is importing too much of your iron for their army, and now you don't have enough for your own army expansion, so you limit them to 4 iron per month. Should also do a CB, but that wouldn't be a total embargo. Trades only happen after all internal demands in the market are satisfied. It doesn't really answer the question, though, because Austria is in multiple nodes. But at the same time, I guess it kind of does, because if you have to move it to another market to be able to build goods there, you have to move it. You don't really have a choice. Man, that's going to make playing countries that are in multiple markets very difficult for development. Because you have to make sure that all of your production chains are within the same trade node. Otherwise, you're going to get screwed over. Would an embargo still force someone to change the calculated path and potentially raise the merchant capacity? That is a good question. Embargo. I could just... Embargo. Possibility to embargo a country which would block the merchants from that country to trade in your markets. And also, to not be allowed to move through your country. So it sounds like if you own the markets, they can't trade inside of that. They can't move through your land, but they can move through sea tiles. Right? That's my interpretation of that. Even if you have maritime control of maritime presence. Unless, do borders go across oceans in Project Caeser? Do you get control of seas? So they calculate the merchant capacity pathfind all around your embargo borders. Yeah, so for example, if oh damn, I don't know. If Lithuania embargoes Riga, that means Riga cannot go down a road into Poland if they want to trade with Poland. They would have to find another way around it. So either they would have to go all the way around through Novgorod node, up through Moscow, down through the Kyiv, all the way into Krakow, or they would have to go by sea down the coast, which is what they would probably do anyways. But for the sake of argument, an embargo would prevent you moving over land, but it would not prevent Riga from still trading and using these coastal paths to trade. Maybe you could... Someone off their range is not big enough to take another way. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, but it sounds like you can only do that over land connections. Okay, if my country is located on the edge of a market, so that my locations have very low market access, can I create an independent market on my own to improve market access of my locations? Is it possible that I have created my own market, but due to the strong attraction of the nearby market, most of my location will be forced into that market again? Yes and yes. Okay. So if Lithuania wanted to create its own market, it could throw the market capital in this location right here, and then it would start to take control over the locations and provinces around it. But then I guess if you destroy the market, it would go back to like this. Fair enough. You also mean that trades must always physically pass through two localities. In the example you've given this Riga to London, two market centers, but I presume from the way you phrased it, this isn't always the case, as it's possible for a trade between Riga and London markets to go through Revel and Hull. It will go what is the closest path between the market centers, so British imports from Canada and such may most likely enter through Liverpool. Swedish imports from outside the Baltic, when they form their own market, would most likely enter through Gothenburg. Gotcha. Kind of. Do you trade with the market center or do you trade with locations? Like, if I'm playing Sweden and someone imports something from the Krakow market, does that go to Riga or does that go to Stockholm? Well, it's got to go to me, right? Because it's between two countries. So does that mean it just goes to my capital or does it go to the closest province in that node? Like, if Poland wanted to trade me grain, would it go to this island here or would it go to Stockholm? You are great power, like, I don't know, France or UK, and you are so powerful and everyone wants to trade with you. Is it possible that your trade region can be way bigger than the others, like in the late game? And for example, colonies want to trade or be part of trade regions of their other lords. think it'd be more profitable for Hong Kong or Boston to be part of the UK trade node, at least in the early game. Something that is overseas is very, very unlikely to be a part of the London market. Pretty sure that it would be hard to even get a conquered and integrated Lisbon to be part of it. So you are going to need to create lots of different markets. You are not expected to turn the world into your market, which makes sense. So I guess that's how trade companies are going to be represented. Or, even land that you take elsewhere. Like, sure, if you conquered all of the Paris market, maybe you can get some of it into the London market, but the Cologne market and the Genoan market are going to try and take parts of this on the other side, as well as the Barcelona and the Bordeaux market. So you're going to want to have multiple markets. That's going to be interesting for like internal trade. I guess that's where you really want your burgers to be doing a lot of the work, right? Is to make sure they're moving goods around so you don't have to manually do it. And then you focus on, that is what it's about. Okay. I've got it. The dots have connected in the brain. Burgers. Burgers are focused on internal trades in the later parts of the game. They are there to ensure that your markets are dividing access to goods all around your empire. Meanwhile, you as the state are making trades to bring new things in from far away. Remember, burgers have reduced distance of trade. You have a larger distance of trade. Burgers can do more trade, but you can do the exclusive trade nodes from far away. I think that's what the point is. Does that make sense? Am I missing anything? So burgers are about making sure that everything internally is working. You make sure that everything externally is working. Big brain. Because you're going to have a bunch of different nodes because you're not going to be able to have effective market access everywhere with only one node. It'd be great if you could, but you can't. Because then other markets that other nations found will be closer. So you have to constantly be trying to push your markets further and further and further. So like if you conquered Paris as the London market, you probably want to keep the Paris market around with you in charge of it. Because you already know what's going to happen. Now maybe eventually you want to get rid of the Paris market and you just want the Bordeaux and Barcelonan markets down here, if you ever conquer that much land. That feels very blobby for this game, but who knows? But I think I've connected the dots. Can markets snake into other ones? Not really. Really interesting how this is going to work out for colonies. Well, I would assume that colonies are going to have their own markets, right? You would want, the 13 colonies to have at least one of its own markets, and then you trade with that market to extract those resources. Maybe your burgers do that. Maybe you have to do that with your kind of market access. But I think that's the point of colonies, is they are in charge of the land over there and they kind of take control of the trade. I would assume that you get cheaper prices from them if it's their market or something like that. Yeah, like you have first dibs on goods that they're trading away. Maybe you have the only access to those markets if you have some kind of subject interaction that can do that. Don't need Paris for the Brittany ports would be more than enough to kill the French market. True, those ports were pretty good. And you could definitely make it smaller. But if you're playing as, as Britain, then you probably don't. You do want the Brittany ports to be good, but you would rather the Brittany ports be in the London market, right? Because they're going to be really good ports, which means they're going to be able to help spread the London market even farther. So you can get all of Brittany into the London market, and it's not a different market. Because obviously, one market is better than two markets, because you don't have to trade between them. Right? If you already own all the land, it's better for you to just have access to the goods and then be able to trade them elsewhere than having to spend merchant capacity to trade between yourself. But if that's what you have to do, you have to do. And the more you expand, the more you can do that. So colonizers are really going to have to depend on different markets, as well as land empires that are trying to play very wide. I think this brings an interesting idea to kind of like tall versus wide, is you're also going to have to deal with these markets. The wider you play, the more markets you have to be in charge of, which is number one, the more upkeep you have to do, right? You have to pay to make sure your markets are strong. You have to build buildings and infrastructure in order to make sure you stay in control of it. But if you're playing smaller, well, that's less buildings you have to build, but you will have to do probably more trade to get access to different goods. But if you build up a couple of ports very tall and very developed, then maybe you can bring in from different markets. I don't know. Looks like, if I'm understanding correctly, Genoa controls both the Genoa market and the Kaffa market. Are there any special interactions with this? Reduce cost to transfer goods between those two markets, and at what point would the two markets just merge into one? When they are close enough in distance, it would perhaps be beneficial, but that case is very unlikely. Right, so Genoa, oh, you can see the little flag of who's in charge of it. I didn't realize. You see the little flags. Yeah, so Genoa is in charge of the Genoa market and the Kaffa market. I mean, you see the Kaffa market is huge. Massive. I guess that's the benefit of being a merchant republic. That's what they're called. But if you wanted to create only the Genoa market in here, that would be a crazy difficult thing to do. Because you'd have to get rid of the Venice market, the Nepalese market, the Constantinople market, the Pest market. I mean, you probably have to get rid of, well, no, if it's only on the coast, you'd have to conquer all of this land and somehow spread your node farther. And that's assuming that another country does not form its own market. Because remember, AI countries can just set up their own market. So if you don't have total domination of these areas, people will set up their own markets and encroach on your territory. Which is, man, I'm liking this trade system, actually. I'm liking this trade system more and more the more I think about it. Because it means that your borderlands are not going to be as like integrated, or you're not going to control them as much as you would in, say, EU4, where whether your province is on the edge of your empire or in the center, it doesn't really matter. But here it does, because you might not have market access, which means your goods are not going to be able to reach there, and your extraction of goods from those areas are not going to be as strong unless you invest into it. And of course, even if you want to extract those resources, you have to have enough merchant power to be able to do that and hope that nobody else sells it first. But if it's profitable for them to sell, they could sell it somewhere else and not to you, which of course, you probably wouldn't want them to sell to you, because that would mean that it's expensive to import into your market. And there are very few times when you would probably want to do that. Well, no, I guess it would make sense, because then you make more money. Colonial nations giving you their own merchant power should let you have much more capacity there than others to buy goods from there. True. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. I also mean you can make that they only buy from your market, isn't it? Are you talking about for colonial nations? Maybe. Maybe. This is market location belong to entirely determined by market attractiveness, or can it be intervened by the country? For example, can a lowlands country actively leave the London market and join the Paris market, or the country can only observe market dynamically changes on itself? You can try to deny market access to London and give market preference to Paris. In this case, it's rather likely all your locations move to Paris. Also, it's probably a loss, as there is a lot of wool in England, and you got a nice cloth industry, and you may not be able to import any from London, as you probably have very, very low merchant power there. True. Playing as small nations is going to be tough when it comes to trade. You're going to really have to make sacrifices. Like, maybe you don't want London to have access to your goods, but you need access to London's goods, and so you're kind of stuck. But if you're in the London market and you declare war on, Britain, they could just embargo you, and then you're donezoed. Like, you can't trade, right? Like, you can't, because they mentioned at one point, like, if you declare war on someone in your market, you could embargo them and it would do damage. But if the market leader, the market owner, embargoes someone in that market, does that mean you're out of luck and that you can't do any trading at all outside of the market? Or maybe it's just internally in the market? No. All right. Well, I think we're good with the Tinto Talks 10. I think we're good with the trade one. Mostly got it all figured out. That was all the economy Tinto Talks. I did want to look at the population system. And then I want to look at technology. You also want decent access to tags with high goods draw regarding goods types you produce or have high market access to. Possibly creating a monopsony or oligopsony situation. That'll be applied. Yeah, I don't know. All right, Tinto Talk 17. This is more about population. As a recap, we have 6 social classes, with nobles, clergy, and burghers viewed as the upper classes, while peasants, tribesmen, and slaves make up the other 3. Every location has the population, and each combination of social class, culture, religion creates a unique pop in the game. That pop may contain 1 person, or 250 million, but it is still referred to as a pop. That makes me a little worried about performance, but whatever. Okay, design copy from an old game made a decade or 2 ago. UI's a bit placeholdery, but you like the browsing capabilities. Okay, so this is showing Sweden. I don't... Okay, and then it's... So, this is a list of all of the provinces that Sweden... Oh, no, sorry. Is this provinces or locations? It's a location. So this is showing all the locations that Sweden owns. In total, they have 572,000 Swedish people, 44,000 Finnish, 1,800 Karelians, 1,000 Semi, and 500 Holsatians. Holsatians? I don't know who those are. And then it just kind of gives you all the information. So, for example, Stockholm has 33 nobles that are Catholic, that are Swedish, in Stockholm. I don't know what this 18% is. I don't know what this box is. I'm assuming this is satisfaction. And I don't know what the fire is. But, okay. Sweden has 608,000 peasants in total, 10,000 burghers, 1,300 clerics, and 168 nobles. Not a lot of nobles. I wonder if there's a benefit to a nation that is less friendlier with its neighbors than the zero-sum game policy. You mean instead of just being like outwardly hostile completely, just being like less friendly? I don't know what you're talking about though. Are you talking about for trade? Oh, you're saying that maybe that this is the population worldwide of them? Maybe. Maybe. For trade needs? I mean, it is better to trade with people that you don't like, right? I mean, if you need the goods, you need the goods. It'll make you money, it'll make you money. But if you're actively hostile, like in conflict, then you're not going to want to trade with them. Population capacity. Each location has a population capacity which depends on quite a lot of factors. The core of it is vegetation, topography, and climate, while the amount of buildings and development increases it as well. If your population is higher than its current capacity, then there is a very large impact on its migration attraction and population growth. While there are no restrictions on how many peasants, slaves, or tribesmen there can be in a single location, the amount of upper class pops there can be is limited, and depends on what infrastructure there exists for that type of pop. Of course, if their estates have money, they tend to want to construct buildings that increase how many they are able to further increase their power in the country. Hey, Miss Donnie. And goodbye, Miss Donnie. Okay, so you can have as many peasants, slaves, and tribesmen as you want. I'm assuming that's still affected by population capacity. But you can only have a limited number of upper class. The reasons why you want upper class pops and not just always getting an egalitarian all are peasants society is that when the capital economy developing during this era depends heavily on burghers, so you want to have a fair amount of those. You also want clergy of your national religion, as they will help with your stability, and having nobles of proper culture will help with your diplomacy and warfare. Fair enough. Maximum burghers in Kalmar. Town means you have 200 capacity. There's a brewery that increases it by 300, a blacksmith and a weaponsmith, which increases it by 300. But there are levies raised, so that reduces it by minus 275. Having levies raised from a specific class reduces the maximum population there can be for that certain class. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Promotion and demotion. If there could be more pops of a certain social class, pops will promote to become that class over time. While there is a base value, promoting to some classes like nobles will just be a fraction of that each month. If you wish to speed this up in your country, you can use a cabinet member to increase it. There are many factors that impact how quickly pops can be promoted. Some are affecting your entire country, while others are more local, like during devastation or lack of control. Demotion happens when you have pops over your capacity and will happen much, much quicker than promotion. So there's a base values of 10. The average literacy of peasants increases it by 26%. The lack of control, negative 43.74%. Positive stability, 29.91. Free subjects, 50%. 16 peasants will be promoted every month to become what is needed in Kalmar. Yeah, so obviously you want your promotion to be as quickly as possible, because you want the upper class pops and not peasants. Peasants make food, nobles you can tax. Population growth. Only peasants and tribesmen grow organically on their own, but all types of pops can die off from negative growth. Overpopulation, lack of food, war exhaustion, devastation have a significant negative impact on population growth, while having access to free land and lots of food increases the growth. Not to forget, the population can die directly from diseases and warfare as well. Peaceful, nice population grow nicely here. Large food storage in the province increases it by 0.05%. Available free land, 0.48%. So only peasants grow, and only peasants can become upper class. So you want to make sure that the pipeline of baby to peasant to noble is as fast as possible. Assimilation. Okay, so this is about culture. Assimilation is a very slow process, and pops will assimilate to the primary culture and core locations if they belong to a culture that your country does not appreciate. Societal values and lack of control have a significant impact on this, but there are buildings and other things that can impact it. In most majorly populated areas, the natural growth of pops will outpace assimilation. However, there is a cabinet action where you can increase assimilation in a specific province. So it is a core, so you get plus 10 base. Lack of control reduces it by 43.74. In the spiritualist will result in minus 25%. So assimilation is very slow, which is good. It should be. Sadly, this is a slow process in this location. 3 pops will assimilate next month. Converting pops works similarly to assimilation, but there are 2 major differences. First of all, there are mechanics and systems that sometimes change the religion of pops from what your country may desire. Secondly, there is no normal conversion. There is normally no conversion, but you have to actively enforce religious conversion in a province by using a cabinet. The amount of the population that converts each month depends on the type of buildings you may have, societal values, laws you enact, or the privileges given to the clergy. If your clergy is very powerful as well, conversion is quicker. So the average literacy of clerics in Kalmar increases the speed by 12%, the control reduces it, spiritualist increases it by 25%, and forced religious unity is plus 10%. 103.26% of zero-based conversion is still going to be 0 pops. True, so there is no base conversion here, which means no one's actually getting converted in Kalmar. Migration. There are several ways for pops to migrate. Multiple ones regarding the colonization aspect of the game we talked about later. There is also content that does migration, where events, disasters, or other scripted content will set up specific migration from one place to another. However, there is also a natural migration mechanic where the population will move between locations. Pops will move away from locations that have a negative migration attraction and will go to one with higher migration attraction in the same market. Upper class pops are usually allowed to migrate, while not many countries allow their peasants to move freely. As for other things, you can use your cabinet to control this, where you can have one member of the cabinet leading an effort to expel people from one province, severely reducing their migration attraction, while another one could attract people to another province. You can also construct buildings in lowly populated locations to attract pops to move there. Migration attraction of Kalmar, base value of 0.1. The market price of raw materials here reduces it by 0.07. Development is 0.17. Available free land is 0.48. The price of stone in Kalmar is not inviting, but it's calm, and plenty of land is available. Literacy. Each pop keeps track of its own literacy as well, and there are buildings, advances, laws, and other things that impact how quickly it can grow and how high it can be. The average literacy of a country has an impact on the research speed of that country. The literacy of a pop has some impact on its satisfaction. However, there is also an immediate impact on the location of the average literacy of all the same social class. Amongst other things, the average literacy of the nobles in the location has an impact on how quickly control can increase there, and the average literacy of slaves in a location increases the unrest of the location. So the current literacy of Swedish burghers in Kalmar, right now it changes at 0.01 a month due to written alphabet, which is a technology. And then their maximum literacy is 13% due to innovative written alphabet and religious teachings, increasing that. Average literacy of 13% of burghers in Kalmar gives 3.25% monthly development and 6.50% burghers trade capacity. So you want very literate burghers and lots of them. Lots and lots and lots of them. Population needs. Each pop has its own needs for goods, and if they can't get all those goods, their satisfaction will be lowered. The goods that a pop requires depends on their social class, their culture, their religion, and where they live. They may also start caring about goods when they know about them, as the demand for tobacco will only appear in Europe when the pops actually know about it. Obviously, people in colder climates want more lumber or coal, while a Jane pop is not wanting any fur at all. So, when it says pop, I believe it means a grouping of pops, not an individual, but the grouping of all the pops. So in this case, the 3,350 Swedish burghers in Visby. Altogether, they require 0.06 wine, 0.13 liquor, 2.6 beer, 0.67 fur, etc., etc. There's the list. They want mercury, and that is weird. So it's not about the individuals, right? Which is like Victoria 3, I believe, does individuals and not groups. This is just focusing on the groups of a pop grouping. So the Swedish burghers, or the, Finnish burghers, or the Bohemian burghers, whatever it is. Whatever it is. Of course, if you have a lot of different cultures and religions in a province, that could definitely cause some issues. But if you meet all their needs, it won't matter. Sorry, they want they only want 0.06 wine, and they lack 0.06 wine. No. So this is what they want. This is their requirements. And if there's a shortage, it shows over here. It'd be nice if they showed demand and then if it was met or not. Well, I guess this is fine. It just looks a little weird that it's not even, Like if maybe the demand was here and what they're lacking was over here. I don't know. I'm not a UI guy. Are they called burgers because people want to eat them? Yes. Eat the rich, right? That's what everybody's always saying to me. So yeah, makes sense. Satisfaction. The population needs impact their satisfaction in two ways. If they can't get the goods they want, it's a penalty to their satisfaction. However, the prices of the goods also affect their satisfaction. As if the prices are high, satisfaction drops. But if you can get the goods they require cheaper in the market they live in, their satisfaction will increase, but their literacy impacts how much they understand the price impact though. Satisfaction also heavily depends on the status of their culture in the country, the religion they belong to, and how satisfied their estate currently is. There are other ways to make pops more satisfied, like certain buildings or the good old method of stationing armies. Pops with low satisfaction will join and start supporting a rebel faction. This is some of the satisfaction of Swedish peasants in Kalmar, which I believe we have already looked at. I believe it's the same thing that we saw today, right? Maybe not. I think it's a little bit different, but it's the same concept. Base of 5%, the peasant estate gives them some, and then a whole bunch of other stuff. But they are lacking beer. Not good. Not good. Even though pops may not be upset enough to rebel, their satisfaction has other impacts, as the average satisfaction of all pops in a location has an impact on prosperity and control. Average satisfaction in Kalmar. 13 Swedish nobles, 75%. 105 Swedish clerics, 75%. 1,100 Swedish burghers, 75%. 7,239 Swedish peasants, 75%. Has the following effects: reduction in prosperity, less max control, more institution growth. Well, yeah, I guess if everybody's at 75%, the average is going to be 75%. I mean, shit, yeah, that's just how it goes. Stick around next week, talk a bit about laws. I don't care about laws. Beer back then mostly lasted like a week or two after making it, so shipping it far and wide really isn't like doing so for wine. L beer. Alright, let's go over the technology. I need more water though. I'll be back. Okay, this will probably be the last one that we go over. All right, another happy Wednesday. Thank you all for great feedback. Yada, yada, yada. Today we'll talk about what will replace the technology levels and national ideas of EU4. While some aspects of the idea system are covered by societal values and or laws of a country, this new system will cover the rest. Okay, so we have a little bit of a look at some UI here. Is under the Advances tab. Age of Renaissance, 0 of 91 advances. Renaissance, baking, professional armies. Looks like we get 1.35 science a month. There are 8 new reforms, from 20% to 500% market access? I don't know what this is. Looks like we are currently researching scholarly treaties. We're at 4.52% of it done. This will revoke the privilege cost by 5% and will make embrace institution cost 10% cheaper. And then in the queue, we have subject opinions plus 10. Okay, I like the art. What were different effects from technology levels and ideas are now something that we call advances. Advances can unlock new diplomacy, new units, new abilities for units, new character actions, new subject interactions, new estate privileges, new laws, new policies and laws, new inheritance systems, new CBs, new government reforms, new cabinet actions, new buildings, additional levels for buildings, and new production methods. An advance can also unlock mechanics like investing in stability, building roads, collecting taxes, and much more. Last but not least, advances can also give you important stats like more literacy for your nobles or better military tactics. At the start of each age, each country will get a new advances tree, which will be unique to that country. A tree usually contains about 100 advances, some of which are common and some that are specific to who you are playing. Every tree except the Age of Tradition has 4 different starting points, a common one and one from each institution. The ones from an institution tend to unlock relevant advances in that institution. Okay. So, Renaissance, banking, professional armies are institutions. I'm going to assume. And then we have this bad boy right here. We have classic scholasticism, institution growth plus 20%. Man, this is still really zoomed out. Metallurgy, which unlocks blacksmith, shipbuilding, which increases shipbuilding speed by 10%, and agriculture can settle, yes. I'm assuming this is like the first one. We have organized religion, guilds, footmen, weaponsmith, faster levy recruitment, Hulk, road building, traditional galleys, trade fairs, city building, and then Karemi merchants. I don't know if that's a special one, but it's purple. It's different. Or maybe these are just like the general categories. I'm not exactly sure. About 70% of all advances in a tree tend to be common for every country, but the rest depends entirely on which country you are playing. Over 1/3 of the advances in a tree in the Age of Renaissance and Age of Discovery does not require any institutions to research. Okay, this is a part of the tree unlocked by the meritocracy institution. Efficiency of our cabinet, 5%. Imperial ambitions, 10 power projection, which is pretty huge, right? Remember, because power projection means that you can colonize people. Government, sanctioned celebrations, cultural tradition, 10%. More monthly literacy, tax efficiency, estate enrichment reduction, more trade efficiency, more admin efficiency. All good things. We also took the national ideas and adapted it to advances. Some of them made no sense and were lost, but in general, the starting bonuses end up as 2 Age of Tradition advances you start with already researched, and the rest is spread over the rest of the ages, with what was the finishing bonus as an advance in the Age of Revolutions. In many cases, they have been moved to the appropriate time as well, so currently many unique and powerful Swedish advances are in the Age of Absolutism. We've also heavily revised those whose names survived, and when we work in making unique content for a country, we aim to add more advances as well. Poland currently has 16 unique advances. Okay, I mean, this is good because it means that you actually get your special units at the correct time period where you need to have them. It means you get your bonuses at the right time you're supposed to have them, so you're not, getting your special unit 200 years before they're supposed to exist. You actually have to play to get to them, which means that they can be balanced for that time period as well. Right? Instead of just getting like an additional 5% morale, you can actually have a new unit with different pips or something. I don't know. We also have a lot of unique advances for what culture you are playing or religion you are playing, if you are a country that can own locations or not, and for what type of government you have. Some of the ideas from the idea groups ended up directly as advances unique for certain types of countries, like the horde government ones were converted to unique advances for steppe hordes, and the divine ideas are unique advances for theocracies. However, most of the ideas ended up being sorted into an administrative, diplomatic, or military focus, with at least 10 in each category for every age, starting with the Age of Renaissance? I don't know why there's a question mark there. Why 3 categories? Well, at the start of each age, you will pick one focus, which will add those advances to your tree for that age. Now you may think, why would anyone pick something else other than military? First of all, there are different powerful benefits and tough choices you have to make. Let's take a look at the choice in the Age of Renaissance. Administrative, better admin efficiency, lower interest, better proximity propagation, cheaper mercenaries, and more. Diplomatic, better merchants, more diplo reputation, march subjects, cheaper war score cost, and more. Military, more prestige from battles, monthly tradition gains, and more. Open that image up. Okay, a new era of knowledge, arts, and progress is emerging due to growing interactions and institutions in medieval societies affected by Pax Mongolica, the Islamic Golden Age, and the European Renaissance. So if you only get to choose one focus, and then you get access to the 10, they're not called technologies, what do they call them? Advances? You'll get access to the 10 advances from each of these. We'll go over it locking you out when we've gone through the whole dev diary, because I figured that'll take us a while to talk about probably. At the start of an age, the tree is populated with the advances depending on what your country is at the time as well, so you'll only get relevant advances to choose from in that age. If you switch tags or change religion or government form, that will be seen in the next age. The advances tree for the Age of Traditions is a bit unique in that it has many starting points, and there are many countries, particularly in the New World, who do not start with all of them. Metallurgy, agriculture, written alphabet, shipbuilding, and meritocracy are different starting points who all have trees. Feudalism, which requires to embrace the institution to research, is in the agriculture tree, and requires horse riding research first. Legalism is part of the written alphabet tree and requires codified laws and the institution to spread to unlock their subtree. Many of these are more expensive to research. This, together with lots of unique advances in the first 3 ages, provides an interesting progress as a New World or similar type of country outside the Eurasian core. Each advance has a research cost that is the same for almost all advances. There are a few keystone advances, such as written alphabet, that are far more costly though. Every country generates research each month, which is paid directly into the advance you are currently researching. Well, a bit unrealistic, but good from a quality of life perspective. You can store up to a year's research without having a research being researched, or advance being researched. There is also a sort of catch-up mechanic where advances from an earlier age are cheaper than the current age. The amount of research you do depends on what type of country you are. If you are a settled country or still a nomadic group of pops, and on the power of your liturgical language, the satisfaction of the clergy estate and average literacy of your country also impacts how quickly you research. You can also fully automate research and let the AI keep researching for you, and of course we got a proper research queue, so you can just select which text you want to get, and it will add all prerequisites in the queue as well, and you can keep adding any valid advance to the queue. Stay tuned. Next week they'll talk about exploring. Okay. So, let's sort by reaction score. If I pick diplomacy focus, will I not be able to research any military advances? No. You just don't get the 10 extra military ones. You still have 25 plus from the other military ones. So this is definitely the biggest, probably controversial part of possibly the entire game so far. But definitely of technology. Is that you can only choose one of these 3 focuses, and you'll never get access to the other things that they're focusing on. You'll never get them. Let's go through the response. There's 37. Okay, let's only do dev responses. Show only dev responses. Let's go through them. Maybe we could find out if that's true. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't care that you don't get access to them. I'm going to be so real with you. I'm totally fine with having to make a choice. I think it's good to make a choice. You're not going to get everything. You have to focus on something. But I think that it shouldn't be giving you access to exclusive things. It should just make you better at things, right? Like, wasn't there a road one? Local infrastructure is about building roads. Let's say Marcher Lords, right? That means that you can create March subject types. I don't think you should never be able to make March subject types. I just think maybe you should be able to get them earlier, right? Give me it earlier, or give me bonuses now that I can help use later. I'm fine with decisions, but locking mechanics out seems a little odd. They said that you need horse riding to get feudalism, and horses aren't native to the Americas. Yeah. So you can't develop feudalism. That is kind of how it goes, right? I mean, that's how it kind of be. There are some institutions that you absolutely should be able to develop on your own, but there are some institutions where you just don't have what you need to do it, and I mean that's just kind of how it goes. If there are advances, okay, let's go through responses. We'll see how it goes. If there are advances tied to religion or government, what happens if you change religion or government after having unlocked previous advances from another? Are they automatically replaced or kept? They are kept. And this, in combination with what we learned today about being able to choose the loser, about being able to lose civil wars on purpose and switch, is very interesting. It makes sense that you keep them, but that can be pretty strong. So instead of having fixed set of national ideas, you could choose those yourself over time. One description, yes, the design is that you will not be able to catch them all in all trees, which, I'm sorry guys, I think is a good thing. I think it's good to make decisions. I just think it should be buffs and specializations instead of exclusive mechanics. So if I don't pick one focus, it means I lose all tech from that category and can never research it. Yes, you have to make a choice between those 3 options. New set of options for the next age. This could have definitely been worded better. But it's not that you can never access military advances if you don't choose military. It just means you don't get the 10 special military options from that point. Because obviously that would be ridiculous if you couldn't do any admin, diplo, or military advances at all, ever. That would be ridiculous. Will you eventually have most techs unlocked? Obviously not nation unique ones as the ages progress. The goal is to have 75 to 80% unlocked to play a country in a good starting position that does not neglect the research. When you say a country will have unique advances, how many are we talking about on average for each country? I don't have an average, but we aim to have at least 8 or so. Not all countries will have them, as there are an enormous amount of countries. Fair enough. Do I understand correctly, the advances from the previous age are lost when you enter a new age, or is it a constant buildup of new advances, making the nations end up with larger and larger trees the more they progress into ages? You keep the previous tree. So if in the first age you choose the admin focus, and in the next age you choose the diplo focus, you still have access to the admin focus techs advances. Sure, there'll be meta and optimal choices, but hopefully we'll see a lot of viable routes, picks, and advances, and tons of different play styles. We're really trying to make sure there's as many viable paths in the game. I did like this one. I don't buy it though. Like if you do research 70 to 80% of all text, then that means that there are optimal choices to make. It's just kind of how it is. Like if you get mostly everything, like maybe the order matters, but you're still going to get everything. Okay, do not understand, need clarification on. So at the start of each age, you select from an admin, diplo, or military focus, which adds certain text to your research pool. At what point do you get to research text in the other two branches? Do you get them once you finish the current branch? At the start of the next age. If I choose military focus in the Renaissance later on, if ever, do I get the text in the admin, diplo branch? You pick one, and the ones you don't pick, you don't get ever. In the next age, you have a choice of another 10 from a pool of 30. So the two blocked mil, diplo, admin texts are remaining 20-25%. No, I don't think that's what they mean. I think they mean that there is, okay, so there's a set of technologies that everybody gets, right? That everyone will always get. And then there are also specific culture technologies, specific religion technologies, and then, and there's technologies based on the kind of country you are, right? Theocracy, non-landed, monarchy, whatever. And then on top of all of those, you have your focus, right? Your mil, diplo, or admin focus. And you get those 10 additional texts. And out of all of those texts that you have access to in that age, they expect you to have 70 to 80% of them all before you go into the next age. You can still research the ones from the old age. They'll become cheaper, but you can still move forward and still come back to get them. They're about 33% cheaper. If at the start of a new age we can choose a focus, does that mean we can't advance on other focuses as they won't have much impact on gameplay? Like, will we just have a standard development in the unchosen focuses? 25 admin, 25 diplo, and 25 other mil advances in each tree in each age, so don't worry. Remember, the focuses only matter for the 10 texts that we see listed. They could have used a different word than focuses. They could have used a different word. You can never go back to the tech focus you didn't choose. No, incorrect. You still have access to the... You still have access to the focus technologies, even if you choose a different focus in the next age. You still have those texts. They get added to your tree, and then boom, that's it. They're there. They're on your tree. Even if you switch. Did he say 70 to 80% by the end of the game? The goal is to have 75 to 80% unlocked if you play in a country with a good starting position. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is by the end of the game. I think you're right that they want you to have 75 to 80% of them at the end of the game. If you pick the 10 admin, you can't go back and get the 10 dip or 10 mil. Yes, correct. But you're not going back because you never had them. Like yes. You can go back to the ones you chose if you didn't research them in that age, but the ones you don't choose, you don't get. Does this mean a city-state theocracy will be able to zoom through their tech research? Not really, as they might, at best, get 50% faster than the median. True. And then they get annexed, and then they die, and then it doesn't matter. So, if you want to stay as a city-state OPM, good luck. You get one focus per age. Does the power of liturgical language work based on how many countries have the same liturgical language? They'll talk about that later, which I don't think they have. How many advances out of 90 would the average country research before the end of an age? 77. Oh no, he does mean. So he said 75 to 80 by the end of the game, 70 to 75 by the age. Kind of sounds like he's just guessing. They don't know yet. I think it's what he's actually saying. At least at this point. These modifiers will apply everywhere instantly. If you discover a new advanced production method, you can immediately switch into it in all your locations around the world. Yeah, we count that time into the 1 to 3 years it takes to research and advance. That's fair. I wouldn't want it to be any other way. That would suck. To research a technology and then it has to spread. I mean, I guess it makes sense because like an EU4 institutions spread, but technologies don't spread. You can build a marketplace in any province once you get the tech. Ducats sustain. Huge. We love ducats. Are the advances in the focuses at the start of each age the same for every country? Seems like there would be meta picks for each age, with some ages having predefined better focuses than others, unlike other advances which change depending on various factors in and about your country. No, part of the tree is quote-unquote randomized. I don't know what he means by that. Does that mean that there will always be the same advances in an age, but they're in different orders sometimes? Yeah, like Stellaris. Yeah. Time to restart 100 times the optimal research path? Well, I don't think it'll matter that much. Can technologies be gated behind institutions only, or can an individual tech be gated behind an arbitrary trigger? Societal value, stability, number of provinces, etc. It can be gated by anything. The horse riding advance from the age of traditions requires that there be horses in the market that the capital belongs to. Yeah, fair enough. So maybe you want to be in someone else's market if they have horses, and you need feudalism. I hope that the Age of Revolution's tech tree is big enough that it's a challenge to finish by 1836. I hope that the tech tree becomes more non-linear with techs that get unlocked with either this or that kind of thing. It's really, really non-linear. I would love to see a list of technologies and their requirements. We're probably not at that point yet where they'll show that information, but I would love to see that. In EU4, when selecting a nation to play, you can see the national ideas. Will there be something similar in place that you can see which unique advances each nation has? Yes, we have a system that lists all custom content you get from that tag. Culture, religion, government type, etc. on the start screen. Very good. Trying to think of ways to bring horses to the New World before Europeans arrive. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Because I don't even know if you'll be able to build boats or have the trade range to even get them there. And by the way, this assumes that the Europeans import horses to the New World, because they technically don't have to do that. Now, if you want to build cavalry in the New World, you probably do need horses. If you have buildings that require cavalry in the New World, you have to bring the horses. But if you want to make sure that feudalism does not develop around you when you're starting to colonize, you will prevent horses from getting into the New World no matter what. Of course, that could be a problem if the burghers bring horses, because horses might have value in that node. So maybe you can create a demand for horses as a native, and then Spain's burghers will bring you horses, and then you get to develop feudalism or something. I don't know. Did you consider designing it so that you don't, as a state, research anything directly yourself? That could be fun for like 2 games, I would say. But after that, it would get kind of old that you don't get to choose. But I don't like the idea, but I do agree it'd be a different game. France's burgers, France share with the natives a whole bunch. It could be anyone though, right? Because you don't control your burgers. So it could be Spain's burgers that bring you horses, but yes, France did a lot of trade. Okay. I'm definitely not a fan of this mechanic of secretness. Percentages look like capacity. It's artificial and anachronic for the game. Dead game 100%. That's crazy. That's crazy for someone named Emperor Palpatine. We all know Palpatine returns. Can you change focus in the middle of an age? No. One thing I don't understand is the foci we get at the start of ages. What does it do? Does it make available certain texts or make them easier or less costly? Why would I choose one or the other? Is it supposed to replace idea group selection? It gives you access to 10 advances of your choosing. It is similar to an idea group selection. Yeah, it's similar to an idea group selection in mods, where you either choose quality or quantity. You cannot have both. Where in base EU4, you can have quality and quantity. right? I mean, that's really the way you need to think about it, is you're choosing an idea group by choosing those 10 technologies. It just means that you lock yourself out of another idea group, which I think is good, and kind of a shame that's not in EU4. If I have it right, you have to pick one of the 3 focuses for an age, and you're locked only to technologies related to that focus. No. You just get additional ones. Focus system is nice, though. It will eventually lead to builds such as admin focus in age 1, mill in age 2 and 3, and then diplo in 4 to make synergistic combination of idea groups. Probably, but also depending on what country you want to play, as the advances are different in different ages. Given that it is a tree, does unlocking an advance further down the tree require first having every advance that connects to it or just one? All. Are there any must-have techs that you need to get in order to advance, something like firearms or some such thing that every country will eventually have? It all depends on what you are playing. Okay, I think this is specifically referencing landless tags, right? Because if you're a landless tag, you don't need firearms. Who cares? Doesn't matter. You don't need them. You don't have troops. But if you're playing any landed nation, you're going to need them. So I think that's what this is saying. Setting your focus for 100 years seems like a really long time. Many things can change in the period. Have you thought about the ability to change focus? This is for 10% of your advances. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal if it's exclusive mechanics, though. I still don't know about that. Those nations can still buy mercenaries, though? Can they? Is that something they talked about? But I would assume, well, no, I would assume they still don't need it. They just need whoever they buy the mercenaries from to have it. Right? So correct me if I misunderstood this. It means if I change my country's religion from Catholic to Protestant at the age of Reformation, I will have to wait until the next age to be able to research Protestant exclusive advances. The Protestant specific advances will not be for an age when you convert, but for the next age. This one's kind of weird. Like, you're telling me there's no Protestant advances for when Protestantism first emerges? Like nothing? You can't think of anything. Not a single advance that would be really good for, I don't know, translating the Bible, printing the Bible, right? You're telling me that you'd have to wait for the age of absolutism to do that? That feels weird to me. That feels very weird to me. Converting on first day of age, then the Protestants are like, well, guess we'll do that for 100. Yeah, this one I do have a problem with. I don't know if they can update the tree like that. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to. Maybe it's to prevent you from just trying to flip-flop back and forth and get all of the advances. That might be it, honestly. It might just be them trying to prevent you from flipping from Protestant to Catholic in order to get all the advances. But I feel like there should already be a cost for switching anyways. Clueless printing press. True. Clueless. Can you somehow unlock advances of not selected focuses? For example, in the next stage, I think it will not be fun to never unlock something like claim fabrication and can lead to ruined runs. I haven't selected this focus 500 years ago, now I'm doomed. That's why they're designed to not be such things. See, this is where I think there was some more communication needed about like what the focuses do. Because this is saying that there is no exclusive mechanics locked behind the advances tree. But the names of these definitely look like it makes things exclusive. Right? Like marches or Deus Volt CBs. Or like Marines. So I don't know. I'd like them to do a second pass on technology. I think it'd be good to clarify some things. Right, we got one more page of responses here. Will there be a way to see country-specific unique advances at a glance at each focus before selecting it? That's not how it works. You will always get your uniques in the trees. Right. These are the same for everybody. So anyone that chooses the admin focus will get these. Diplo focus will get these. Military focus will get these. Now, I do have a question about how it works to get to the new advances. Is it a date thing? Is it an institution? in your lands thing? Is it a global thing? Like, in EU4, everyone goes into the Age of Renaissance at the same time. But does that count for, like, natives who are still in the first age? And then you go into the Age of Exploration or whatever, and they just have to keep choosing focuses before they can even possibly research these things? Because that would feel really weird and really disconnected. Or is it that you enter the Age of Renaissance when you unlock the technology to enter into the new age? Can we steal advances from our neighbors? Assuming the neighbors research faster, it'd be a shame if someone sneaks in and steals their ideas. That is a way to increase research speed. Are their national advances completely separate from the focus specific advances? They are separate. How will advances be resolved after civil wars? Will both tags absorb each other's advances if some were to be unlocked during the war? They have the winners. Yeah, well, don't lose. Do I get anything if I integrate a vassal who has more advancements than me? Simple example. If I integrate Hulk building Utrecht, will they forget how to build Hulks because I own the port locations now? Makes sense from a gameplay perspective, but less from a believable world point of view. Yes. Gameplay above all. I mean, yeah, that is what it is. Maybe you just don't annex them then. Think about it. You might just want to keep that vassal. So if I say I don't choose the right focus to get gunpowder in the early game, I never get gunpowder. No. That's not how it works. You can see all the advances you miss out on in the selection. There are 100 advances in every age. 10 of those you pick, 20 additional ones that are not added. What happens if you are way behind on research when some European country unlocks the next age? Do you keep chugging through your Renaissance tech tree while Europe starts the Age of Exploration tree, or do you get directly kicked to Exploration tree 2 and miss out on the other Renaissance techs forever? You research whatever you want from newer older trees. Older trees becomes cheaper then. Okay, that kind of sounds like everybody goes into the same age at the same time. Gross. I'd rather it be tag specific, but whatever. You only choose one age per focus. Does building university schools or libraries make your country research faster by improving literacy? Off the bat, I really like this. My only concern is, as an African state, do you have to embrace writing? You have to research it if you don't have it from the start. It is something you kind of need. All right, but that is the technology one. We can check real quick and see if there's been any more dev responses on today's Tinto Talk. Nope, does not look like it. Okay, well, ta-da, we did it. We did it. I mean, we didn't go over every dev diary, but we went over most of them. The big ones, at the very least. I do have a better concept of how trade is going to work now. Still a little confused about rebels, though, because there's a lot of percentages, right? In how and when rebels are going to want to rise up. It doesn't just kind of give you numbers about how people feel. But I'm assuming that's because we do not have access to the nested tooltips. How do you determine what counts as writing? Because there's plenty of places that had writing, just not bureaucracy. I don't know. All right, well, that's it for today. Tomorrow we'll get back to gaming. Do not fear. Do not fear. Do not fear. I just wanted to go through this stuff. Yeah, bureaucracy can be a different event. This is true. This is true. I'm gonna really button down and focus on writing this winter. Yeah, I'm gonna really focus on just creating writing from scratch. Just boom, there it is. 3 years writing. Hopefully I can unlock Holy Wars. Nah, you don't need writing for Holy Wars. All right, you just gotta go. Okay, well, We can see if there's anybody out there playing Anbanar today. I do have to filter by category though. Europa Universalis 4. Let's see. Yeah, we got someone playing Jad. So that'll work. As long as they don't plan on, stopping streaming immediately.
At some point.
But I don't know. I mean, hey, I like Jad. You guys like Jad? I like Jad. So I will send you guys on over to them. As I said, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll get back to gaming. Do not fear. Some dude in Germany did a little writing, and that killed like 10% of Euros. You know what I say to that? Skill issue. Sorry. Simply don't die. That's my advice for the day. Don't die. Alrighty, everybody. I shall see you tomorrow. Adios. Sayonara. See ya. Goodbye.
Yet one question arises in